been saying that we should focus on the stream funding as much, like quality and reliability. Alrighty. What is up, my friends, my people? Oh, hey, it's me. Look at that. That's cheeky. How y'all doing today? Welcome. Welcome back for another good week of good times and good fruits. Hello, my friends. We're a little bit late today, but it's okay. It's okay. Sometimes when you got a good topic, you got to give it room to breathe before you really dive in. And today we've got a topic. Oh my gosh. We've got the last 6 CitizenCons. We're not going to go through all of them. Don't worry, that would be way too much time. But we are going to jump around in them and find all the various things that were said and shared and shown. And we're going to look at if those things actually end up in the game or not. Because one of the things you hear about CitizenCon a lot of the time is... Why am I not... I always do this, you know? I always do this. I'm like, hey, I'm going to record this. I'm going to turn this into a video. This will be great. People will love this. And then I don't record. And afterward, I'm stuck here wondering why I don't have a video. Okay, so, like I was saying, sorry for anybody who's jumping in on this. We've got all the CitizenCons here. We're going to go through all of them and look at all the things that are said, because a lot of the times you hear that CitizenCon is all fake. None of it ever makes it to the game. There's no point in watching it because the things that are said, you're not going to get to actually enjoy. And I can agree on a lot of the things that are shown, but I thought we should go through and actually put the work into finding those things, and also maybe seeing if there are any things that show up in the game, because there's a big CitizenCon coming up. A lot of people's first big CitizenCon is coming up next month, and people don't know what to expect. This will be it's a weird situation. It's honestly, it's not as big a deal as we're all making it up to be. We're just kind of bored. This is a very slow time for the game. So, but there's going to be a lot of news shared at this CitizenCon. It's going to act as both a big annual update for the game and also a chance for them to market a ton for 4.0. So I thought this would be a good time for us to sit down, sit back, chillax, and check out what we might be able to expect. Thank you for joining me. And also welcome. Welcome, my friends. How y'all doing? How you doing today? Monday. I have to get that introduction out of the way first. You know, it's like, it's the big intro. And then I sit back and I'm like, okay, so friends, how you doing? Welcome. Good to see you though. Nore, welcome. I don't know why you guys were all saying Jambalaya, but Jambalaya is great stuff. I'm fine with opening up the streams to a cascade of Jambalayas in chat, if that's how you want to do it. Reese, I see you. Jack, welcome in, boys. Welcome in. Who else is in here? Vasten, what's up? Toes Gang. But Punji is also in here, Toes Gang. Never leave the Toes Gang out of Toes Gang. What's up, Jim? 07's buddy. Matt Sully, welcome. Welcome, Plywood. Hello, Josh Box. Got you with the title, dude. If you want some good clickbait, wait for the Tomata clickbait. Welcome in, God of O. Good to see ya. Divis, hello. All those going to CitizenCon, we're going to bring down the house when they announce Squadron 42 release date. Yes, they will announce it. If they don't, you will cry. You can't say yes, they will announce it and then follow that up with an if they don't. All right? If you're going to guarantee me an announcement, I need a guarantee. No ifs, ands, or buts. Literally just the announcement. And then I'm going to look at that announcement and say, why should I believe that? I can't get over the fact that we're going to get an announcement date when there's, I'm pretty sure in this very presentation. No, this might not have been the year. Is this the year? I don't believe this is the year that they said. No, it would have been the previous year before this, 2015. We would have gotten an answer to the call 2016. And it's like, how can I look at a release date for next year if they're going to say that and take it seriously, especially after, because then we got a beta. We got a beta warning in 2020. I think I'm less inclined to believe them now because I know that other people depend on me saying that, and I can't anymore. I can't. Like, I've said a lot of things over the years, some of them right, some of them wrong, but the 4.0 thing has really bugged me, that I still, to this day, one of the most popular videos on my YouTube channel, just type in Space Tomato. Hey, look at that, I pop up. One of the most popular videos on my channel. Here we go, popular videos. The most popular video on my channel is literally about freaking 4.0. I have to do a follow-up to this, man. This is almost at 200,000 views. Like, I can't put videos out anymore talking about dates because I don't like this. It's not a good look. I'm just saying what they're saying, man. What's up, Mist? How you doing? Sorry, I was just ranting and raving over here a little bit. Has to come out soon if they're going to increase the price of the game copy. I mean, yeah, Squadron has to come out soon. It's definitely a... I say, how can I believe? But we have so many more signs pointing to Squadron actually being done soon than we had in 2016 or 2020. Like, and you might say, well, they've gotten much more elaborate in their scam. Now they know how to leave the signs earlier on. But I honestly think that we've seen plenty of reasons to believe that they are making progress on this game. It's going to come out. It might not be good. It could just be a bad game after all this time. But it does seem like it's getting close to a finish. So, I can't say I would believe a release date if they showed it to us. But I'd believe a release window. is that live game dev brings in more money than a finished game, and they know it. It's why they get milked a lot. But man, come on. Live games can make so much more money. Let's be honest. I think a live game, a game in development can bring in more money than a live game, but it would have to be in a way better state of development than Star Citizen. This game has way too many problems with its development to bring in a ton of money like a finished game could. If they were releasing perfectly calculated patches every 3 months, and they were able to do them every 3 months, and the game was stable throughout the development, and they were getting in important features people actually cared about, like game build or base building, then yeah, I think this would make more money than a live game. But they're missing all of the things that would keep people around. Most of the people who are getting into this game are playing it for 2 months and then stopping. So I think the idea of a game in development making more than a live game is true. Could be true, but this is not that game. I think that would be something more like Fortnite was back in 2016, 2017. That was a cute little noise. It's a fun one. Doing good, Mist? Good to hear. Good to hear. You come for a little bit of CitizenCon drama? Just finished so we can make some more progress in Star Citizen. I heard that. Really want them to finish it. I would love to see faster development in Star Citizen for sure. Bugs alone, there's no question SC. It's an art project right now. I mean, there's gameplay. There aren't quests, but it's also not just art. There's plenty of stuff to do. CR had a dream and we buy into it, and that is the moneymaker, not the finished game. The dream is the finished game, right? With all the lies we've been told over the years, why should we expect anything else? Because we've also been told truths. Interestingly, there's both. Now, like I said earlier, have plenty of skepticism when it comes to things, because there have been things that have remained untrue. But it's weird. It would be weird to hear, you know, a certain percentage of both truths and lies and then assume everything that follows is only going to be a lie. So there's reason to listen. Cotton, what's up, man? 07th, buddy. How you doing? Maybe we'll see some progress on Nyx at CitizenCon, since they've shown Pyro a lot already. I'm not expecting Nyx, to be honest. Maybe the road around Pyro, the interstate surrounding Pyro, the road that kind of bounces off the exterior of Pyro. I don't think we're headed to Nyx yet, though. They popped that bottle much too early. I have a video clip of that. Let me pull it up. They showed off Nyx work, I think a couple of times back in 2021. Yeah. First, they were showing us some of the height maps. This is literally height maps for Nyx planets that they were working on at the time. So we know at least that they've been working on the planets, but they've probably put them down for a little while now. You can tell that they have like sort of mining scars, I think, maybe. It could be water caused, but I think it's mining. Some of the like ground assets from Nyx they were showing us, nothing really that impressive. It's just a rock. Some of the flora in Nyx was getting worked on. This is all 2021. I think this is before they realized they needed to double down on Pyro. And then more height map stuff with a little bit more color and grading. This really shows off the kind of terrestrial nature of the planets in Nyx they're going for, I guess. They have less natural looking features than the terraformed planets of Stanton do. I don't think nothing about animals, no. How many times have I seen Pyro at CitizenCon? 4, I believe. I think it's everyone since 2019. So 3, 2019, 2021, and 2022. This will be 4th year. When will our SC characters be able to vape? You want to rip Mad Cotton on Microtech? Well, they've got plenty of druggy-doos. You have a strange claim. We the fans are the game's problem. Huh. Well, It's a long one, man. They're definitely focusing a lot on the engine. Like, people say this is a great bunch of technology right now. But it's not necessarily a game. And I agree. Like I said, there's a lot of gameplay there, not many quests. It's a lot of really good stuff and systems all kind of clashing together. They need to be made to work together. Lies are meant to deceive. They have thought they could deliver something only to find the tech could not do what they wanted or new feature delayed things. I think that there were definitely some guesses that were educated and still made when they shouldn't have been. Call that what you will. I think it's misleading, at the least. I think we'll have SC 2.0 soon before Squadron 42 drops. After 12 years out of 70 plus systems, only one is being built, and that one is 3% complete, and you expected the game to be released for the next 20 years. It's just dull. I don't expect the game to ever release. If by release you mean they finish the star systems, absolutely not. I think if they ever finish the star systems, the game would die. As an MMO, this game's only going to survive as long as they can keep adding new content, and star systems are a great way to do that. But I don't think that the measurement of the completeness of Star Citizen should be based purely on how much the first system has been completed. It'd be like judging the creation of a new bakery by the amount that they've done on just the first pie that they've made. Like, once they create that first pie, they replicate it. It's not going to take them another 6 months to come up with a recipe. Make the pie, make some changes, replicate it, sell it. It's not going to take them another 12 years to make another one system. But I don't need 70 plus systems to enjoy the game. I need like 3, I think. I can't wait to see 15, 20, however many will happen in my lifetime, but I honestly don't think anybody should expect this to reach anywhere near its original goal, because what the original goal was supposed to be is basically what you see from Starfield. And people have been saying that for years, but now we have a very tangible example of almost exactly what the game was supposed to be, but in a multiplayer setting. Some of us won't live to see the dream. Some of us won't. Yeah. Good evening, decibels. I think CIG is the definition of failing upwards. Sold Division and got hella lucky that so many wanted it. Grand Admiral here, by the way. I don't think that's luck. I think the premise of a good product is a person's ability to see a hole in the market, right? Maybe they got lucky with how many people like spaceship pictures, but I think the ultimate premise of Star Citizen was guaranteed for success if you could get the right developers behind it. And they managed to. I think there was also a lot of strategy that went into the marketing, particularly like 2014 to 2017, 18-ish time. But there's some luck in it, yeah. But I think there's a lot of strategizing that goes into making something like this work. And the fact that it still has lived throughout all this time is testament to itself. Pretty much nothing from last year's CitizenCon has made it into the game yet, which is crazy. It is crazy. I actually expected more of it to be in there by now than there is. Watch the patch 2.0 demo and see what year it is from. What is missing from the demo to this day? Sure you haven't seen it because you're new to me. Because you're new to me. Wait, you're sure I haven't seen something that has to do with Star Citizen because I'm new to you? Who are you? I think it was CitizenCon, but you don't remember what year it was anymore. Patch 2.0 demo was multi-crew demo, no? Or is that the R Corp? Area 18. Your boys are working on multiplayer mod right now for SF and hope to have it out by Christmas. That'd be cool. Wasn't somebody in the chat like a month ago maybe talking about how they had the secret story of oh god. A secret story of how the whole Starfield was going to collapse Star Citizen or something. I don't know. I can't remember what it was. Spouting off. Can't ignore when Kickstarter was also a novelty at the time. Yeah. I mean, but that's the thing. Like, it was a very good time to launch. Can you buy shares from Star Citizen Studio? No, it's a private company. New to the game, you're back from 2012. 2014. You only got 2 years on me. Don't worry, I've been around. Based on the way technology is progressing, we might live to see something spectacular in Star Citizen. We will. I think we will absolutely see something spectacular in Star Citizen. Big question is, will it be a healthy, thriving MMO in time before interest dies out when it's developing? People keep talking about release. People keep talking about development development can take too long. It's not about a release. It's literally just about whether or not they can make the game run well enough combined with the progress they're making to keep interest up. The game doesn't need to release. It's got to start to get some persistence, for sure. Which game are we expecting to kill SC now? There's actually a Star Wars game coming out next year. No, I'm kidding. I'm excited for it, but it's not like that. Feel like it will never release while the current management is in their position. It's always going to be running into problems in that case, for sure. Do I think we'll see more server meshing this year? No, I don't think we'll see server meshing this year. Their game is a game that's been using SC Tech now for years in their dev, but on the download till it's the perfect time to strike. Like they're using SC Tech that... Wouldn't you not be able to use the tech from somebody else's proprietary software? Or you mean they're using the same kind of tech? Somebody said to remind me. Jack, when should we come back to this? End of the year? I would actually be curious in this because now somebody else was talking about this before Starfield came out and I didn't set a reminder. Somebody set a reminder for this to come back to it at the end of the year. Let's see if SC Tech secret game found the perfect time to strike. NPCs on the chairs for years just wish they could focus on fleshing out the one system we have now. Worried that CIG is too focused on perfection. Fleshing out the one system would be more perfection, right? It will always be next year, and so until 16. Or since 16. Alright, let's get into this. Let's take a look at CitizenCon. I have waited long enough to have to cut out this whole first 15 minutes from the video. This is 2016. We're going to jump around in here and see what kind of stuff they talked about back then. That's still not in game. Let's check it out. Okay. Straight off the bat, we're going to skip all this in the beginning. We love some tributes.
Such an amazing community. We've built so many...
History. Talking. What is this?
Amazing they build
community. We're talking. Here's an ad. All right, our first interesting bit of CitizenCon 2016. We got an ad for a Polaris. I just saw Salty Mike Shout out if you're watching this, dude. Talk about how hyped this got. This got him back when this came out, man. I can't believe this was just in the middle of the whole freaking thing. Just a massive ad for the Polaris, which still isn't in game. Next up, we've got the Squadron 42 talk here. Probably talking about how it's almost complete. Server meshing are not new. It's in dual universe. Oh yeah, no, I don't think server meshing is new. But he said CIG tech. He didn't say server meshing. So I just assumed. Yeah, whatever he meant. If it's not CIG tech, I don't know why I say CIG tech. But yeah, I know server meshing exists. And the people who are building it don't think that CIG made it. One of the people who is building it was working on it somewhere else before CIG, so they're fully aware that it exists other places. I think it's probably people who are following Star Citizen who might think that CIG invented it or is the first one to do it, but I don't think CIG themselves think that. All right, where are we? Star Marine 3.0. Okay, here we go.
Cargo, piracy, smuggling, mercenary, bounty hunter. She talked about we're going to try to, get the Stanton system in there fleshed out. It's going to be using the Planet V2 technology, which I am going to show you very shortly after I've gone through these slides. Which
that should be fun.
Gonna like. And in 3.0 we'll have.
God, I hate the Planet Tech freaking V2 demo.
Throw a little bit of a Gamescom. Caterpillar, the Aquila, which you may or may not see here in a bit. Okay, so, and I want to give you a bit of roadmap after 3.0, so you know what we're doing.
Hear that excitement, that joy. Listen to that. Listen to that. They didn't know. That's why I'm not doing any of that at CitizenCon this year. Okay, so mining, yeah, it's in the game. Refining and processing, it's in the game. It was definitely not in 3.1. Quantum interdiction, yeah. Refueling, yeah. Escort, yeah. I guess those are like the combat beacons. Additional solar system locations, I guess meant like inside Stanton. New ships. Drake, Cutlass, Red and Blue are in. Mist Hull C is in. Prospector is in. They just passed this, right? The Mist Hull C just got in. Most of this stuff did not come in 3.1. Which was like this whole presentation is just very, very bad because it's all based on the idea that they were going to release every one of these patches within a quarter of each other, and it's not even close. Not even close. Yeah, this was a very bad one. We're starting with the worst. We are still in patch 3.3.x. This is before quarterly patches in 3.0. It was. This was like a full year before that. No, 2 years. All right. Let's see. Let's keep going.
A lot of miners here, or refiners. So 3.1, and just also, by the way, in case you haven't noticed it, I know last year we said, well, we're going to do a release. We're going to try to do a release every month. After going through this year, we've sort of realized that that's a very hard cadence to do because by the time you get new content in and you start testing it and get feedback.
All right, let's keep going. Let's move it along. We got a lot to get through. Okay, here we go. Salvage. Check. Repair. I don't know. I mean, like, technically you can repair, so you're not putting life back into the ship. I don't think there's really anything you can do to actually repair a ship in terms of bringing its health back. You can put new components in it. But that's about it. Video up. Okay, I might need to go in here. Whoops. They have not great video audio, and I can't turn it up any higher than it already is. So I have to do it on here. Yeah, you can't really change the actual health of a ship. So I'm going to say repair, no. Not in game yet. Mercenary stuff, yes. They're not covert operations, unless you consider running security missions covert, sure. But yeah, mercenary missions, yeah. Additional solar systems, sure. We got the Constellation Taurus, the Constellation Phoenix, the Anvil Terrapin, Aegis Vanguard, Harbinger, Sentinel, and the Aegis Reclaimer are all in game. So the only thing missing from here is repair, in my opinion. Go to a station is repair. But that was... we already had that. They're talking about like actual gameplay repair here. Even at the very least, just like picking something different about what you're doing to repair would, I think, make more sense. But right now, it's literally just the same as refuel. And I wouldn't say that refuel was technically in game because of that either. No, this doesn't mean like a new solar system. This means new locations in the solar system. They weren't planning on having a new solar system until 4.0 still. That's still consistent here. Salvage is barely in. Salvage gameplay is currently left click and move the mouse. Come on, man. Like, there are missions literally based around salvage. Give them the win when they have it. Not going to have repair until we have physicalized damage. Or even just component damage. Yeah, I think the salvage is there. Like, it's there just like mining was there when it first got into the game. It's not the whole process, but hull stripping is a thing. Had the Reclaimer since its release and it's still bugged. Yo, the Reclaimer is a bug magnet. It's one of those ships. It's an old one.
It's gonna be awesome.
Okay.
3.3.
3.3.
Here's the one. Who knew farming was so popular?
Yes! Buy pictures!
So what we're going to aim for...
Damn it. Oh, I'm so glad I wasn't following as much, because I would have been laughing at myself back then. I mean, I'm no better. What was my first real big CitizenCon, I think, was 2017. Yeah, and I got real excited for Hurston. We didn't see it for like another 2 years. Better than this one, though. God, I'm glad I wasn't around for the CitizenCon. This one hurts. Oh yeah, they got the Banu Merchantman here. Good call out. Good call out. Yeah, I slurped that Kool-Aid. I still slurp the Kool-Aid. You know why? Because nobody else is providing me with the right Kool-Aid. Okay? I'm looking for a good space game. Somebody else come in here and make a space game that I like. I'm not shoveling money into CIG. Don't expect me to shovel money into some other company. But like, if you want my attention, build the game that I'm looking for. You know, I'm giving however much due attention there is for Starfield based on how much it reaches what I like for it. I'm going to do the same for Star Wars Outlaws. I'm going to do the same for Falling Frontier and Homeworld 3 and any other space game that comes out. But like, nobody else is building a game that does this stuff. Why not? Come on, folks. Please. Seriously. In chat, the people who are going to release the game in Christmas that's going to be a perfect strike. I hope that it does. I want more like it. X4 is a cool example of a game that I think gets almost there but doesn't quite grip me. I'm not stuck to Star Citizen. If your toilet is clogged, you don't want the plumber to show up to show you a picture of a new, cooler toilet? Why not? Bro, have you not ever gone to a grocery store just to look at food? You not just ever want to just look at a picture of a toilet and imagine what could be? Maybe a bidet. Like, you sit on the toilet when you're all done. Instead of using a bidet, you just look at a picture of one. That's how it works, right? I'm sorry. Let's get back to the monthly report, shall we?
3.3 is farming.
We got, yes, farming, sir. Farming is good. 3.3. 3.3 is farming, folks. You want me to show you what we know of farming so far? I have the footage. There are 2 pieces of footage that have to do with farming gameplay. And I've got them. We've gotten so close. There's this, which was all about showing the difference in plants as they progress through life. I promise you, they did mention farming here. So it's one of the only times that they talked about actually farming in terms of like a gameplay context. And then there is also this, which was a small look at how plants will change in color and health over the course of the different seasons because the planets will have their own orbits. These are the only things that are referencing farming gameplay. And I don't expect farming anytime soon, honestly. Even now, it's not important. It is important. No, there's farmers out here. Okay, we have a farmer's role on our Discord. I care about you. Somebody's got to make the tomatoes happy, but clearly it hasn't happened, and it's not happening anytime soon. You remember being hyped during this presentation? Man, look at that greenhouse. How could you not be hyped? Look at that. You knew back in Kickstarter days that this long it would have never put 10K on it back then. I bet. How about a plant on your ship? That's a good start. I wouldn't mind just a plant. Farming more important than mining. I'm not gonna lie. The drug cartels that we will see in this game, once it's actually possible to farm, will be amazing. All right, rescue missions were also a thing here. We've got those in game. Addition, the stupid freaking cave people. I don't even know if those are called rescue missions, but we do have the ones where you're rescuing players. So PvP rescue missions, I guess. Additional solar system locations. Yes, that's not very specific. New ships, Anvil Carrick, 890 jump, Banu Merchantman, Misk Reliant. We have all of these except for the Merchantman. And we probably still will not have the Merchantman the next time we do a video like this. Mark me on it. What's up, Thailand? How you going? Squadron 42 has been announced? Not yet. Nothing about that yet. You're in for $600. You feel for the 10Kers. 10K is a lot. That's a lot. I mean, I don't know. It depends on the amount of time that it's over, I guess, but tis a pretty penny. All right, 4.0. 4.0, friends. My big shining globe of pride. 4.0. When is that going to happen? Who knows? So this one was interesting. Remember now, again, this is 3.3 to 4.0. So this was like, we're gonna give you guys everything that might happen in the next 6 years in the next one. And at the end of that all, dude, this is just so misleading. How was this gonna happen without server meshing? Gosh, someday if I get the chance to do an interview with somebody who is privy to these details, God, I really hope to ask them and get a legitimate answer. Like, what? Jump points in a year? Oh no, they already had Planet Tech at this point. They already had it. They literally have the demo in this one. Like, you were on the ground. So it wasn't that. This is just... This is so crazy. You bought $100 steak, please feel sorry for me. Was it a good steak? if CryEngine hadn't folded, we'd never have gotten the Planet Tech. I think that actually is part of that luck thing that somebody was mentioning at the beginning of this stream. That is definitely, they got real lucky with the CryEngine situation. They got all those developers, opened up a new studio based off of it. Like, that worked out for them. Okay, so 4.0 is here. And from the reaction, we all basically know that this stuff hasn't happened. Travel to multiple star systems, no. Exploration and discovery, no. Science and research, no. There are additional solar system locations. So there's that. New ships, Orion and Crucible, no and no. Both of those won't even be in the 4.0 patch that we're getting. This was just bonkers. I think this is the single first, or the single most embarrassing picture that you can have. I know people always say like Answer the Call 2016, but I find this so much worse. This is, I think, the worst thing that's ever happened to Star Citizen, this page, and it will remain here forever and ever. And the documentaries will look at this, and I really hope they're looking at it from the other side of a successful game, because man, this one doesn't look good. This is not the first video about tech demo for planets. No, it is not. The first was with Levski, indeed. This is just the video where they got to show off their Planet Tech demo. Which, honestly, again, if my grandkids have a finished Star Citizen to play, that sounds like the absolute best possible outcome for them, right? Like, that means that this game manages to last for decades. I mean, even if it is unfinished, okay, just hypothetically speaking, let's say that this becomes a disaster runaway train wreck that never becomes a game. If it develops at this pace for decades, the stuff that we would be seeing from this would be so freaking cool. Granted, though, I understand what you mean, and I do hope that it becomes something that's more fun to play than that. God, how long would that be, grandkids? It's like 35, 40, 50 years. How until they're playing games though? 60 years? Maybe? What happened to Quantum Travel 2.0? Maybe CitizenCon? Yeah, I think it'll be at CitizenCon. All right, so check this out. Have a listen to this. This is this whole demo. This is the problem with early CIG, and maybe even now CIG. This whole demo was meant to literally just show off planets. Like you can see right here, Procedural Planets V2 demo. And as he's talking about it, all he's talking about are the literal tools and technology and the back end behind making this system run and make these planets. It has nothing to do with the gameplay, nothing to do with the scenario, the AI, the setting, the weather, but they went and made it all about that stuff and made this crazy gameplay demo with a huge sandworm at the end and set everybody's expectations. And it's like, you guys had it. You were good. All you needed to do was show people that you could make a planet. You didn't have to make this crazy gameplay demo for it. And then they did. And I think that's what really ruined this CitizenCon overall. It's just that, like, they wrapped up what was essentially a tech demo in some crazy gameplay showcase that didn't exist. And that's why this showcase thing that they do at CitizenCon has a reputation of not being real. Because they used to do this stuff. And as you will see today, as we get further and further into these demos, they do it less and less. I have a video that shows all of this in a lot shorter time, by the way, on the main channel if you want to check it out. It's like the history of CitizenCon. It's a couple months ago, but what you're going to see today is that over time they will do this less and less, where they show a demo and make it less about the tech and more about the actual gameplay involved. And they still don't have it perfect, but it is definitely, it's better than this. This is just bad. So listen to it.
Could come across it and do it, to have a rich living world that they're going to venture around. And so that's sort of the missions that sort of have these scripted blocks that sort of can procedurally sort of connect to each other and have maybe different situations or outcomes depending on what's happening. And that's something that Todd Pappy, who's not here today, who's our design director, and Tony are very big on, and I think it's going to be really cool. So having said that, we are going to go to the demo. I don't think, let me see if there's a screen here or not. What's the next screen? Let's go down. Let's go down, and we will start the demo. This is all 100% live in the engine, in real time. Let's go. In real time. Let's go.
I'm sorry, what just happened? I see somebody call out to Ferrister. Is Ferrister here? Could always use a Ferrister by my side for these kind of things. Okay, so we're not gonna look into this all that much. This shows like this person doing, for the record, everything that's in this demo is in the game except for like the much better weather and what's it called? The sandworm. Also, I guess this locker functionality is still not in the game. That's... Jesus, they need to get the inventory freaking system working. Okay, so they leave the ship. Oh, the distance is so far. Wow, how amazing. What are we going to do to get there? Oh, we have a car. We're going to get in the car. We're going to drive it down the hill. We're going to bounce down the hill. Yay, so many bounces. Ooh, yay, stones and bounces and hills and bumps and wow, so pretty. Sun and sand and wind and hey, there's a branch and a tree. Oh, wow, wreckage. Okay, we're going to go inside the wreckage. Huh, how interesting. Such distance, 2,000 meters. Wow. Going to keep going, get back in the car, drive some more. Ooh, through the desert. Yay, desert. Get to some wreckage. Hey, there's some wreckage, rocks, yada yada. Back in the car. Hey, more driving. Cutscene. We don't have cutscenes in the game. Don't think that matters. We don't have missions like this in the game. We have AI that's on the planets, which is nice, but they don't actually do this. There's not like there's no fun to it, right? So the missions are... Honestly, the AI is the same as we fight. They just sit there and shoot. So I don't know if this is, like, this is fake, but is it, like, we've gotten this. If they wanted to, I hate saying that, if they wanted to, they could put some NPCs on a rock and have them shoot at us. But I think it's the whole combination of the fact that you're exploring and you dynamically come into this, making it seem like that is a feature of exploring in the game. That's what makes people feel like this doesn't actually happen. And I understand that, which is why, again, this should have just been a Planet Tech demo and not a gameplay demo, but here we are. So, you shoot the folks. Good job. You're real good. Nice gun. And I guess this is technically a mission that they're running. NPCs can pick up weapons, run away, or kill each other now. That is pretty cool. There is no need to travel on the ground, and that's one thing that I skipped in here that I didn't show you guys. We can go back to that real quick. You'll see here, they run into this kind of atmospheric error or hazard that makes it so that they can't actually land, or they can't fly in this area and they need to land and get the vehicle out. That's the excuse for making them get down on the planet, and it's something that they're going to do in some way for the game, come up with more reasons for people to use their vehicles, but it doesn't exist in game right now. All right, now, at this point, they showed off the Dragonfly hovercraft, which is indeed in game, and I think it was added to the game not too long after this. I think it was pretty short. Okay. It was long after this, not long after we got planets, after hovercrafts were actually useful, we got this thing. This sort of biome, this kind of savanna-style biome, I think it looks better than what we have on Hurston, but it's very similar to one on Hurston. So we'll count that. There's more wreckage, just more derelict stuff. We have derelict planets. Whoops. I just hit the wrong button. And then we have this sort of more large-scale derelict. That's something we don't have. I mean, we have the Javelin crashed, which I guess that counts. But that's just one thing, you know? We also don't have the this weather storm, this dust storm in the background, which is clearly a very big focus of this whole demo. Like, this is so scripted, it hurts my bones. Looking up at the stuff as it flies over, like, bro, this is a Planet Tech demo. So the storm is obviously faked. I think that they have put a lot of work into the weather system, and there is weather. There is weather. It moves around the planet. It's not necessarily dynamic in that it's just kind of like a static asset that moves around the planet, but there is still weather. It doesn't have all this effect, but it blinds you. It makes it harder to fly and drive and travel. So weather, yeah, I would count. Not to this extent, but there is weather in the game. Yeah, this is shown off like a single player demo. This is just a mission. I guess this is what they meant by covert op. You running a covert op. And then, oh yay, we look at distance. Wow, such distance. Much whoa, so big. Something that is still pretty impressive. I mean, that's one of the big features that people seem to focus on with Starfield is that you can't just walk for 10 minutes, but Star Citizen's been doing that for 6 years now, almost, and it's, I think, still very cool that you can look at a planet and see the same sunlight touching that planet as that's touching yours and know that there's a player out there doing something, but it loses its novelty after some time. I think it's always special. It's just not enough, you know, to like, yeah, that's great, but what else is there? Why don't we have this, though? What do you mean by this? Because that's what we're going over here. How many of the things in this segment do you guys think we don't have in the game right now? I think that we don't have the hazards that cause you to drive instead of fly. We don't have the very intense weather system. We don't have the random ambushes, right? And we don't have this guy. It's honestly not as bad in terms of things that are lacking from the game as I remember.
Maybe that's not such a good idea.
Why don't we have beards? Why don't we have beards? I'm assuming because beards just aren't that important.
Okay, that's the first time it's ever done that. But you get to see the pull-out twice now. How did it go to the console? Did you get a key or...
Do we have this scope? We do. Yeah, that scope's in game. I absolutely hate it. All the weapons that are in this demo are in game. Oh yeah, lockers. We don't have lockers either for the inventory. That's a good one. No random ambushes. Yeah. The reason to be there at all. I think the reason should eventually be resources. Right now they hope for it to be missions, but we don't have enough missions, so there, yeah, we don't have a reason to be there, but I don't know if they had a reason to be there besides this mission. When are the planets going to orbit around the star? I don't know. Yeah, we won't see the worm. I mean, I think there's a reason they put this demo on. Let's go back. They put this demo on a planet that is so far away. Lear 3 in the Lear system. Let me give you guys a quick look at how far away the Lear system is from Star Citizen right now. They did this on purpose. They knew they weren't going to have this in game anytime soon. Why no missions like this? I think generally they don't have scripted missions because the AI can't run well enough in the environment, which is part of that whole thing of server meshing holding everything back. We would have more scripted missions if AI could run better. AI could run better if server meshing was functional. So like you always run into this problem of there's too much going on the server because this is a multiplayer game, right? This isn't a single player environment where they could just load all these things into the game. They have to figure out ways to make it run on the networked system, and server meshing is a big part of that. So trying to run these scripted missions, eventually it's pointless when they don't run anymore, and that's why they stopped doing anything that has to do with mission givers a few years back. At least I think that's why. Who knows? Who knows in reality? They won't tell us. Alright, so Stanton to the Lear system is 8 jump points away. Let's do small jump points, see if it's less. 7 jump points away, folks. You've got... Where are we? Stanton is right here. And you would literally have to go from Stanton to Pyro to Cano to Davian to Farron to Idris to Elysium to Lair. Like, that's how far away the development of this star system... Where'd it go? Where is it? This star system with this planet and this sandworm is all the way out here. So, no, we're not going to see that anytime soon. Like, if you backed the game for sandworms, I'm sorry. It is going to be a while. And I think that even if they did think they were going to have them there anytime soon, they put them on a planet that's really far away just so that you could always have that excuse of, like, yeah, no, that was super far away. We don't have to have that now. Do I think they have a bunch that they can't add them before AI is working? Not a bunch. I think there are missions that we don't see that are in the game that we can't even like really progress to that well. Mission givers have active missions. They took out one of the mission givers who was at Delamar. They have an active mission. But a lot of that kind of stuff, the narrative stuff, has gone into Squadron 42, mainly. Okay. What's up, Rasta? Not even the famous space whale, nor any animals on planets? Those aren't at CitizenCon, though, right? I don't think they've done animals at CitizenCon before. 2017. Man, I'm going to have to speed up how we go throughout these demos because this is a long one. Okay. 2017 is hefty. I'm not going to touch on all this stuff, but this is kind of what the CitizenCon of this year is going to be like. The other one wasn't the full broadcast. This one we get to see interviews going on, get to see the panels up on stage, all that jazz. And we got to see some Squadron 42 update stuff, kind of. This was more AI-based stuff. So I'm actually going to skip that because that's really Squadron stuff. I don't even know why that was in here. And just stuff about walking. That's in the game, but again, not super crucial. We are actually going to skip forward to where they're starting to show either talks about the future or gameplay stuff. I think that's more towards the end here. Yeah, this is them talking about planets, environments, ecosystems. Now, this is stuff that made it into the game. We have turtles. Just look at chat and it's all talk about turtles.
and all sorts of things. Then we'll move on to the sort of things we've been doing lately, so building up moons.
NPCs are supposed to be able to walk on planets since last year, but still none.
Not quite
They do.
just yet. And then we'll move on to our pipeline on tour.
Oh yeah, they showed the animals on Loreville. Yeah, just like the little random animal city animals that walk around. We've got stuff like that. I mean,
Do it live. I was gonna say
I guess the turtles and the cave crawlies, but more so the boids they're working on.
so, yeah,
But I don't think those things matter really. Those aren't going to be animals we're interacting with. But we have NPCs walking around on planets. They're just in predefined locations.
For each location,
I always thought these looked yummy. They look kind of like coated balls of chocolate. You know those dry coated balls of chocolate you can get from like a
textures for selling,
chocolatisserie.
like lava flow, and
Yummy.
the Yela pellet.
Ooh, this one's a little bit white chocolate. Oh yeah, I like that.
Because it's completely, it has this frosty look. There's no loose soil flowing around. Everything is
Need to watch Gamescom 2015. See how different it is from last Jump Point.
and I think these
The
really up
the little graphic they made with the Hornet or the Gladiator flying through is actually pretty similar from what I remember. I liked that. Yeah, this is all like,
but it's
what is this? Orison? This stuff's made it into the game.
extending the palette so it feels a bit more like a space opera
Okay, here we go.
from System System.
Here we go. Here's something that hasn't made it into the game.
And again, trees. You know, we've got trees on
This is a fun one.
Modular structures based on your needs.
Ah, this was the kerfuffle of this year, my friends.
Habitat.
Check it out.
Or a mining operation. I mean, that'd be crazy, right? Allow me to introduce the Pioneer. With that, let the new age of colonization begin.
So, 2017. This was the year that we got introduced to base building. But Space Tomato, we don't build bases. Yes, you might say. Ho. Well, they're still planning on it. So we had this whole talk actually about base building, and now don't get me wrong, there's some good information about Consolidated Outland in this video. I actually took this video and used it to make another video a couple years later to predict the Nomad before the Nomad was revealed. So I definitely have some love for this video. Had a lot of great visuals, and they talk about the style for a CNOU, a Consolidated Outland capital ship. And like, if we see one outside of the Pioneer, oh god, their capital ship style sounds so cool. Basically, they're defined as being monolithic but streamlined space stations with thrusters. And now granted, it's like a 40-year-old company in game, so they don't actually have capital ships, but this is from a more game dev standpoint. Either way, they had a long talk here where they talked about the Pioneer. And what they did was they kind of combined the talk with the Pioneer with another talk for land claims. Now, the difference here is that the Pioneer is a ship that allows you to build bases. So if you buy that, you can build stuff in game. The land claims were a in-game beacon that everybody would have access to that would allow you to then claim land to build land something on. It was not the actual land, and it was not a reservation. But because CIG is not great at the messaging and communication behind these things, that was lost in the noise. And this blew up in their faces. They have done a lot to avoid talking about this and about the Pioneer. Many people probably don't even know it's a real ship. It is, and it exists on top of the bed that was made with this announcement, and we probably won't see it for quite a while still, because the base building tool is being used internally right now to make bases. We're not even close to building bases, right? We need a lot more stuff in game. So this was a hoofla. It's still not in game. Base building's not in game. The Pioneer's not in game. And I think they messed up on the announcement of this. While it wasn't actually selling land, it came off to everybody like they were selling land. And that rubbed people very, very wrongly. You don't want to be rubbed wrong, okay? Everybody's looking for the right rubbing, not the wrong rubbing. Don't rub me the wrong way, or I won't be wrong, or I won't be right. Got it? Yeah, I don't trust the leaks when it talks about what's working and what's not. I hope it is working, I hope it's not, but I'm not going to keep spreading the word on that stuff unless it is actually confirmed. Talking about base building, remember the math we did? Again, I don't think that math means that the game would be in trouble. I think you are vastly overestimating the amount of people that will build an 8-kilometer base, and vastly underestimating the amount of space that will be available to players by the time we get base building. Who remembers cloth simulation? They're using cloth simulation in like derelict outposts and stuff now.
One of our challenges is that, the new paradigm of Star Citizen is...
I don't think there's any player-led
player
cloth simulations though.
Just going to have a cutscenes go down.
Oh yeah, the capes.
And have a very limited landing area. So the old R-Corp...
All right, so here we've got the Saber Raven. It's an in-game ship. You can't buy it in-game. It's a very rare ship, but it is in-game. This place is in-game. It looks a lot different. This is old R-Corp. This is back before they updated it so that it was actually using the Planet Tech. They say it's using Planet Tech in this demo. Or the Planet Tech they launched with. I think this was probably an interim system, prototype system.
Isn't really a skybox. Everything is real. So, well, not real. It's digital, but it's there. It's a digital thing. So let's just head through the main plaza of Area 18 here in Outcorp.
Still got this. Looking pretty similar. Not as much space to walk around though. I do like that there's so much more space here. We've got this city, we've got these stores. Customs is a little different here.
So everyone's in a line, as always. If you're, there we go.
And you definitely aren't landing right here in the middle of the city, that's for sure. But we do have the Terrapin. Now, see, I remember this. This was the first time we ever saw the Terrapin in engine. And this was, I think, the first CitizenCon I watched. So I didn't know anything about the Terrapin at this point. And I remember this. And like they turn and they look at this ship. And I see these thrusters like pointed down and like this nice diagonal paneling and the little... They knew what they were doing, man. They're selling Terrapins with this shot. Literally selling Terrapins. You can hear the money in this whole little segment of him walking over here. And then you know what they do? These little freaking assholes. Oh, I didn't even censor the right word. They turn away. They turn away and they go to the Aurora. Look at that. So deliberately too. Just the slow pan away. No, not today. Not this one, buddy. And they come over here to this freaking starter ship and they do that. Still don't have the NPCs. We do have the NPCs. They just don't walk around. Terrapin looks great. Terrapin is a very good looking ship. Okay. So, yeah, you can fly through cities now. In fact, better than ever. They've done a good job of that. A lot of people prefer this kind of styling for ArcCorp. I think this was actually the buildings they started using for Hurston. And like this is how ArcCorp is. You get like these kind of neighborhood sort of small sections in between city clumps. I will say they're a little bit more built up in between the cities here. And you feel like you get a little bit more detail, I think. But the general design of ArcCorp looks the same as it does here. There's not as many little ships flying around at the higher elevations like you can see here, but they are flying around down below. And so they did a good job on delivering on ArcCorp, I think. This ArcCorp is much better and cool. Yeah, some people prefer this style. Know how much you love the Terrapin, but I feel like once that Cutter Scout comes out, people are going to prefer it more for the more traditional cargo entrance and stuff. I doubt that the Cutter Scout is going to do as well as the Terrapin when it comes to being like an actual scout, though. Because you're talking about Anvil's heavy armor military-made ship versus a standard starter ship cutter from Drake, of all places. That'll probably be a big difference when it comes to exploring in more hazardous planets and also in places where you can get attacked more. Why can't we fly in the cities? We can fly in the cities. At least the newer cities we can. In Orison, New Babbage, and Lorville we can. ArcCorp still hasn't been updated for kind of the newer style.
Put them together and build them up in around the Stanton system and the other systems as we expand out.
All right. So now they fly up to a space station. This is a space station that we got in game shortly after this demo, and they got replaced. So we've gotten this, and then we've moved past it since then. Why don't I like Drake ships? Jesus. All I said was that they have less armor. I love Drake ships. What's the tally? Features that arrived versus those that didn't? I don't know. I feel like features that haven't arrived so far, we're probably at like 4, I think. 4 or 5 features that have. I wasn't really keeping track of that. It's hard to say how many features have arrived versus haven't, because do I count like literally this door opening and the ladder extending as a feature that has arrived? Drake hater. Yeah, no, you guys caught me. I hope all of Drake's ships die a painful death. Ah, too late. Don't have to hope that. They already do, because they have no armor. Sorry. Got a little aggressive there. Okay, this is something that we don't have. This looks freaking beautiful from orbit. ArcCorp could look so much better from orbit. Let's be honest. It really could. I understand that what they're showing us here is like what every other game does. This is just a texture that they used, or they designed the planet specifically to look like this, but I think this is just a texture. It's not real. What we have doesn't look like this, but you can go and see the city lights from orbit. It does represent the city itself, and if you zoom in, you can see specific buildings. So, you know, we'll go with it. Now from here, they fly to Hurston. That's our next stop. So far in the demo, let's do a little catch up, folks, because somebody did just ask, what features have we seen so far in 2017 that have not been added to the game? Give me a number. Somebody's got to be keeping track. We were at 4 at the beginning of 2017. What have we gotten to so far today? Because I honestly, 2017 actually hasn't had the Pioneer and base building, right? There was that. But then if you look at like the inverse kinematic stuff with the walking, the NPCs tracking, which we kind of skipped over, but NPCs tracking you as you talk to them. Most of this other stuff was tech stuff. But then the planet tech they showed us. Languages, nope, no language stuff. So add that to the list. Planet tech stuff they showed us is in the game. So yeah, really the pioneer in base building. We see ground map. Right, so, okay, so you're talking about 2016. We had farming, the Orion, the Crucible. Yeah, I should have been writing this down, actually, before we moved on. Sandworm. Here we go. Sandworm, farming, Banu Merchantman. There's 3. Repair gameplay is 4. Anvil Crucible is 5. Orion is 6. Jump Points is 7. Exploration Discovery is 8. Science and Research is 9. And then the Sandworms is 10. God damn it. Shut up about the Drake ships. You guys. I hate you. People are going to actually be thinking I don't like Drake ships now. I'm going to start getting a bunch of Drake hate. I'm going to have like all the Origin fanboys cozying up, being like, hey, heard you don't like Drake ships. You come around these spots often? You little leave me alone, Origin fanboys. I don't like your smooth, non-rough edges. Okay. We were at 10, right? So can somebody just like type 10 into chat or list this off somewhere that makes me feel less lazy? Do I have a notepad still? Okay. Features that don't exist. And I'm just gonna do it like this. 10. And then features that do exist. LOL, because I don't know how we're gonna keep track of that at all. But 2016 had like planets and God, all this stuff, I guess. I don't know how to freaking list this stuff off. This doesn't as a numbers game, this is just dumb. I'm gonna summarize all this as 5. Summarize this as 7. 11D1. I don't know, guys. It's too many little things that are arbitrarily named to try and track what's made it into the game. They literally said trading, and then they said cargo services or something like that. Salvage, yes. Okay, so that's 13. Mercenaries, 14. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Like, are we really going to count like this? Okay, we are. I don't hear any answers in my headphones, so we're gonna keep going. 21, 22, 23, 24. It literally just says all variants, so we'll just count that as 24. All right, so from 2016, we also got the ground vehicles, and we got the planets on the ground. We didn't get lockers, so we add that in. Unless I already counted that. Are we counting ships? Yeah, I don't see why not. This is very rough, by the way, guys. I'm probably going to be a few off at any given point, because I am rushing this. We got this scope. We got the weapons. Pistol, rifle, scope. That's 3. Derelict, 4. Specific mission would be 1 against, right? So 1 against. 4 more for this would have put us at 25, I think. We got the Dragonfly, so that'd be 26. We did not get the Bangle. Is this a Bangle? Doesn't know how to tell what they haven't made either. Seems to be a common issue. I'm gonna need the salty, passive-aggressive text to take a chill. Anything that lists not in the game yet was 7 years ago. Eagle, you have missed half the stream. Don't come in here and start to rewrite the rules. We all understand. It's all terrible. It's all bad. Let's just get through this with a straightforward comparison. So this is not a Bengal, right? This is the Javelin. So we do have the Javelin wreckage. We don't have the AI there, though. So we add one to both. And we don't have the Sandworm. I believe I counted that. Or AI on hovercrafts. I'll count that one, too. Dust is not in. Dust. It is an unused location. Yeah, but I'm going to still count it. I mean, there's actually the Javelin. It's literally a Javelin. I was going to be like, well, if it's the Bengal, I don't know, they've got the Javelin, but it's like actually the Javelin. Yeah, dust storms, I counted the extreme weather in the first count we were doing. But also weather is in the game. We do have weather storms. That's kind of a halvesy, because this is obviously a cinematic storm, but like there are definitely snowstorms and dust storms in the game that will change both your flight, maneuvering, and sight capabilities. But I did count it because it's a different kind of storm. They do it different. All right, so here, 2017. I'm not going to go through all this again. I'm just going to say that we did not have the Pioneer or base building. But then they started showing this. So we do have Area 18. We do have R-Corp, so no Pioneer or base building. We do have Area 18 and R-Corp. We do have the Terrapin. We have Hurston. We have Lorville. We have water. Let's see what else there was.
Which primarily is a weapons manufacturer, and Hurston itself is the kind of it's the sort of planet that is.
You want to put cinematic videos on the list?
The oceans have all been ported over to GPU, and all there's low enough we want to have we will be doing that at some point.
The Hurston. No, this is Hurston, not Daymar. This is back when Hurston was a little bit different in like style and tone and color. They make it look a lot more drowsy, droopy. And look at how small everything is. I mean, the scale was completely different, but you can tell they were using different assets and stuff. Like, I think landing on city, landing on actual buildings is a fairly big deal one. That's not one that I was really sure we were going to get, because they were so like, oh, you're not flying in cities like you thought you were going to. I didn't think they were going to add that, so I like that they added that one. We land down here. We get out of the ship. Is he pointing out the foliage?
And again, this is sort of what our goal is to try to kind of deliver the kind of, on foot, first person, crisis level of detail for the environments that you're in, but, doing a lot of it procedurally and,
right.
on a very confident.
We'll give you that. We got Hurston foliage.
And, we've got a lot that you want to make their own, they match with the sort of story and the history and the lore. And they feel tactile. They feel like a place that you could visit, a place that you could go and tell stories of.
Did I count fauna? Not yet. That's coming up.
So someone's conveniently left us a Nox.
Haven't covered modularity now.
You can use that to get a bit closer into the city.
I might be missing some stuff because we're mainly looking at keynotes. The Nox hover bike. We got that. Man, I have not driven one of these in a while. That HUD really pissed me off for a long time. I think I see, what is that, NPC ships flying around? Don't have that. Wonky physics, we've got that.
Of Lawville.
Grumulus, thank you for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. Thank you for your support. It means a lot.
And again, we just have the beginnings of sort of our NPC population system. So some of the other stuff besides the interior.
Okay, and once we get to the end here, we've got fauna.
Cypherpod, Arnie crabs. So they're little scavengers on Hurston. And there's quite a few other things that we're going to have on Hurston.
All right, so that is the 2017 demo. On to 2018. Things start to get a little bit better here.
We're going to do something very different this CitizenCon than what we've done in the past, because normally what we do is...
So we've got the keynote.
Some technology we're working on that...
This is when the demos felt like they actually were starting to take into account the gameplay and not just showing off what they were working on. And I don't think that's a mistake. The 2018 CitizenCon is specifically around when we were starting to see actual development pick up. 3.0 was launched. You could tell that they actually had I don't want to say a plan, but a direction for the player to experience. Like, the things they were adding were getting advertised and shown to be coming in the next few updates. You could tell that it was less about showing off, oh, we're making this planet builder, or, oh, we made this city builder, or, oh, we made the ability to get online together. And it was more about, here is what Star Citizen might play like. And I still don't think they've really nailed that down all that much, but there was definitely a noticeable change once 2018 started. So this stuff, it's more interesting to look at what did or did not make it into the game from these kind of demos, because they're more focused on the game itself. Certainly have NPC ships flying around Orison. The little barges, you mean?
There we are.
All right.
All right, so we are
This should be
waiting
fun to tally up.
in our hub in Lawville. Hurston's the first planet that is a fully formed planet. With
See, now I need to start remembering what I tallied in previous videos so we don't double take stuff.
the habitation system, the hab system.
All right, so Habs, obviously in the game.
In a small, better place. And that will be persistent.
Beer bottles on your
We have a city big enough to be able to sort of handle that.
beer bottles on the bed.
In a little bit.
And obviously,
Seems like I bitch a lot about this game. Is this your first time checking out my stream? Kekoa.
very close to the city, or you might have to take a train out to your house.
Wake up, Glenn. We'll get up. Lazy.
I will draw very, very, very super ultra specific detail and emphasis to the fact that this stream is meant to point out negatives and positives. That's the whole idea. It's themed. There's a title and stuff. Thank you for the sub, mate. All right.
Choice. You can have a messy hab,
Yes.
or a
clean.
tidy hab. It'll be completely up to you how you want to hold your items. But let's go. I don't know. It's kind
There are
of
coffee shops with cups you cannot fill. I want to fill my cup. You'll notice that, like, throughout chat, people will tell me that I'm both being too negative or angry or not liking the game, and also too positive and giving them too much credit. You never win. Okay, coffee machine. That's a check. I'll give him that. The people are like, oh my god, they're making coffee! What?
This is a more in-depth
What?
interaction system, and how this.
What are those? Are those
can be
strawberries
because
next to
We want you to pick up
like strawberry
we want
mush?
you to interact with the world and be able to look around and hunt for clues and those types of things. Go ahead and get your coffee.
Bruh, my toes are neutral. Okay, yeah, you got your coffee. We're happy with that. They really focused on this. Okay, you got that. Lockers, we've marked that as not being in.
Which means that you have to.
Why hate on Drake? God dang it, Omega.
Any sort of magic inventory where you can just go to your Moby Glass and pull out 5 different armor sets and 100 different weapons. So it'll be what you can.
Too negative about my positivity.
Or if you've got a
Dude, I honestly hate it.
backpack, or
It's
what
the
you can
worst.
put on your spaceship, or what you can
Need to
store
play
in
it.
that,
Play it when you're dealing with your
constrain your,
wife.
equipment
She plays it with me.
you can have and use.
We struggle together.
You play the game, you earn
Every once in a while, I get her killed. In fact, she's here in chat.
More places to store.
She'll tell you herself.
Managing your equipment
It's meaningful choices.
is like
I mean,
a resource to manage.
Yeah, the physicalized inventory is a big one, guys. It keeps coming up, and it's not there.
So, yeah, I talked about in the past, do everything.
Um,
And animations. And so
I already marked Loreville as a feature that's in the game, so I'm not gonna mark this stuff.
more
It's like we have this is all in the game.
down, see if you can have this workers and say
In the game, 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 in the game.
So, or you can order
Bartenders. I mean, technically they're in the game. Oh boy, but maybe I should mark them also one down for not really working well. No, I'm kidding. They work. It just depends on the server, like with all the things. Remember the Idris demo versus Idris? Yeah.
reset the gravity vector until you actually pick it up. So, very important.
They feel absent. Yeah, I mean, they're in the game in the same way mission givers are in the game. Nobody ever actually uses them.
Okay, let's see. All right, we have
Is this the new Moby Glass?
a
When they showed the Moby Glass before, was it this style? Can we say that they updated it, or... Let's see. I don't think he uses the Moby Glass. Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay, so that's an updated Moby Glass.
still a ways to go.
So
So
UI update in the game.
we've got an invite to go see Clovis Darneely in the Reclamation and Disposal.
Clovis Darneely, a mission giver in the game.
That
We'll take that. Are there physicalized drinks in the game? Yeah.
drink.
We've got Maria, kind of the it will fade over, or
It's a short, longer term medical.
Bartenders are still in. You can see them at Microtech.
Yeah,
This old man. You old man!
I think
Gonzo, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for the support.
reclamation.
13 months, dude.
Disposal. My
That's a lot
name
of
is
support.
Clovis Darneely. Wonderful to meet you. What can I do for you on this fine day?
Well, you gave us an invite about work. Let's ask about that.
It's an excellent question. If you're not particularly concerned, shade.
Is there bald in the game?
I may have a lead on some.
You talked about Maria. Oh, yeah? Did they look at the hospital?
Need of forceful collection.
Longer term fixed.
Let's see.
where you'll kind of the.
Oh, yeah.
This goes back to player status.
Hospital.
And, kind of the idea behind Death of the Spaceman, where when you die, this is where you'll.
Well, you gave us an invite about work.
No
Let's
beards.
ask about that.
It's an excellent question.
Yeah, this is the. I think this is the presentation where they talk about orgs and the path
If
to
you're not
server meshing and
particularly
stuff.
concerned, shades of morality. I may have a lead on some. Interested?
Check out.
This mission, surprisingly, is in the game.
Oh, we're gonna do.
A lot of times they're not.
Definitely.
There he is. Hand's a bit weird. No.
Face over IP is in the game. So the mission in FOIP, it works about as terrible as this does, but it works.
Nice, man. Hey, look, I just if you want to.
Mission and mechanics aren't.
All right, kinks in the face.
It also
We
doesn't
calibrated
run.
correctly.
Actually, yeah, there's not like they don't do the whole narrative part of the mission where you have to go different places. I'm not going to count that.
IP working right. Oh, yeah,
All right, we keep going, and
breathing apparatus things. Could
I don't know. We already had a shopping experience, right? This isn't.
By the helmet.
Did the shopping not work like this before 3.0? Anybody recall?
And then we need to go.
Do we have the suit? I
I'm
don't
not gonna lie, I can't remember.
We need to go get the multi-tool.
Multi-tool definitely wasn't in game, right?
So think of the multi-tool like you're actually. Yes.
You sure? You'd be able to buy.
Inventory system. We've passed that up.
When we fly. The train station. So this is the workers' district, and that's how the workers get taken to the strip mine.
You see the trains going by or not? There you go, look,
Yep.
so you see, so there's actually functioning, I don't know if you saw that, but there's functioning trains in Lowville. There you go, see?
I mean, they're not actually doing anything. They're just rolling past there. I can't believe.
We have the admin office.
I can't believe somebody came on this stream, in this specific stream, and said that I chill out the game. Y'all, read the title of the stream, please. It keeps coming back to me. Like, that's the whole point.
And then we've got the security building right here.
Oh, we got bad AI. That's in the game.
So we watch it, we stare at it, we like...
Are there strip mines in the game? Strip mines? I don't think so.
The Metro Center.
It's like old abandoned ones, I guess.
Take this.
Yada 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 yada. Transit system.
Walk out, go and take the other train. Glenn, do you want to do that?
It's between
The
so you won't
train?
fall out.
Okay, we got...
Now, is the transit system good? I
love the cat.
The jury is out, and probably will be out for a long time. And you go through the city on the train. Yeah, yes.
Alright, kind of what these won't be in 3.3, but we're back going to those. Buccaneer, if you take a look.
Oh, the Kraken.
It's got a cutlass on it. And
I completely forgot. Oh my god, did you guys remember that they put a... This is probably an actual picture. Like, what could that have been? Dang it, I lost a spot. Where was it? Right, they didn't even have the asset built out. Why is there a Kraken here?
It's got a cutlass on it and a Buccaneer.
All right.
Take a look and we zoom in. And it LODs in properly. There you go. So, it's not a small ship.
Come on.
I don't know, are there any ships coming and going? I'm not on this building. I saw it like this morning. Do we disable the ships coming and going? I don't know what happened.
Levski was a strip mine,
So
yeah.
in the spaceports you'll come, there'll be sort of hubs. So normally there'll probably be a ship dealer. There is actually a ship dealer on this spaceport, which we'll go and see later on. There'll be different lounges, so like maybe one for the Chairman's Club, one for sort of UE, USO style one, and then we're going to have various guilds that if you become a member, they may have their own sort of lounge in the various spaceports. We're going to go and just retrieve our ship to go on the mission.
The rework.
Oh, did he say that they were coming and going from the hangars?
There'll be different. There is a space. Do we disable the ships coming and going? I don't know what happened. No. So in the spaceports you'll come, there'll be sort of hubs. So
Yeah,
normally
okay.
there'll probably be a ship
If they say
dealer,
that's going to be in there, it ain't. God, and they showed that too.
Sort of UE, USO style one, and then we're going to have various guilds that if you become a member, they may have their own sort of lounge in the various spaceports. We're going to go and just retrieve our
rework
up the hangar 4.
All right. Keep going.
You know, people will be moving carts. When you land, they'll bring stuff over to your ship. So the long-term goal is to have the AI in the place, give it a sense of life, give it a sense of operation. So you know, they're coming out to refuel your ship.
Was this the new Mustang?
All the rest of the stuff. All right, let's get our helmet on and.
And we've all done this. This is nothing new. You're just flying.
Yeah, we've
just flying and flying and flying. We do a lot of that. Mark it down on the list, folks. Flying in game. Savannah biome. We kind of marked. Actually, we didn't mark that down in the Lear demo. Just mark down Planet Tech. So I'll mark this down as having the biome. So I do think that's kind of key. This is a pretty, very different kind of experience than we got from the rest of Star Citizen at the time.
Animals, creatures,
Nougat,
natural wildlife
thanks for the
depending on
sub.
place.
3 months now. 3 months in advance. Yo, thanks for the content. Found you from the podcast.
You know, rain,
Curious,
snow,
how did you find the podcast? People who only have found the podcast, I usually don't get to hear how they come into the content. So I am curious if you're willing to share.
kind of sparse savanna, or you're going to get the executive gardens. But the tech that the Frankfurt guys
Podcast addict.
get down through
Cool. Just searching for like Star Citizen podcast.
the data system. If you
It's not just far, it has
Platforming mission.
don't all
I don't even know if I guess
sort of locomotion, movement stuff. You know,
I marked the mission as not being in the game because we didn't have the narrative things that guided you. So I am going to mark this specific part of the mission as being in the game because it is.
full locomotion and interactivity with the environment again, because we want it to be sort of a
Saw the live stream in your recommended videos list. Oh, that's cool. People say you can't get discovered live streaming on YouTube. Used to manage audio-only podcasts, and you're one of the few that had recent episodes for Star Citizen. Okay, cool.
It's like old school platform game here. All right, are we gonna do it, Glenn? Right,
I believe
get a
in you,
good run
buddy.
up. Here we go. Oh!
Bad platforming in-game, check. And then he got himself killed, too. That was so funny. That is so freaking funny. That's such a we're doing this live kind of thing. He messed up the platforming in the middle of the demo, died and respawned all the way back at the city. So they just came in and did a console command and like teleported him back out there. That was very funny.
All right, one more time.
Yo, Detox, what's up, dude?
Glenn, like, made that jump every
They released a new Sandworm video, but it's just Space Tomato. It's just me.
until now.
Beware. I will come out of the sandy deserts of Dune, and I will eat your entire tribe. I am Tomat. Massive mouth ringed with tomato seeds, all vibrating and twisting and turning in horrible body horror might. Has there been any talk about being able to put your ships into actual orbit? We used to be able to do that in Delamar, because it was small enough, but they don't really talk about orbital mechanics much. I'm not sure. Teleport is not in the game yet. JPEX, thank you. Glad you found the stream and are liking it.
So, hit.
Okay, we know this stuff is all in game. We already said it was in game. So let's continue to the next part. Oh, the cutting tool is indeed in game. What little bit it is used.
And there'll be things in the game that'll let you read what you can use it for on.
But I honestly,
Those.
is it used in any missions anymore, the cutting tool?
Multi-2 out.
Or is it all but been removed?
Perhaps cut
Because it
away
used to
those
cut
things
on this very mission, but I feel like it got removed. Can anyone confirm?
there. Cut those. Falls off. And there'll be things in the game that'll let you read what you can use it for on. Reset it. And hopefully it will allow us to track where the prototype is. Okay.
Nothing.
Restart the satellite's internal system.
Todd still cutting mechanics. All right, we'll mark it as not in game because it is not commonly used, and it's honestly something they should have talked about by now. That is one of those things that kind of peeves me. Cutting.
Is there music played in any of this? I haven't heard any music. Oh, I'm missing it.
You can cut people. All right, we got this surprise appearance of the Valkyrie. Or no, sorry, of the yeah, the Valkyrie was a surprise appearance. They were very proud of this. They made a huge spectacle of it. It's like a little battle played out here. You know how it is. Somebody crashes out, everybody else has some fun for 10 minutes, and then you're all gone. Next up is the Cyclone. They do a pretty cool combat style drop here with the Cyclone. Very big fan.
I guess the military, the version of the
Cyclone in the game.
Going live with 3.3. So we have this.
And these bunkers are in the game.
I think this one, the rear, I can't remember what that's.
Defensive turrets in the game.
Okay. And again, this will be another optional continuation of the mission. So another type of missions that we have in.
I'm gonna say narrative continued missions, not in the game,
Actually more hosted. So
because they're not.
K kind of right.
Nothing for us.
What's that?
NPCs coming with ship and going out from ship to shoot you is in the game.
Oh yeah. All right, well, let's go in.
Those, I don't think those were NPCs. I'm pretty sure those were supposed to be players. Good ground vehicle physics. Not in the game. Bad ground vehicle physics. Is driving through rocks without bouncing and rolling. Dude, we have anti-rock technology. Aren't they going to renew the badges so that when they renew, you need to do pirate swarm again? Oh.
Right, so Glenn and Scott are going to go down.
Yeah, we'll get to NPC dropships in a later demo.
We're going to go to...
Will the turrets shoot at ground vehicles if we shoot them from a vehicle? No, they just shoot at hovering vehicles. Never played Ghost Hollow. Is Ghost Hollow multi-part? I thought it was just to get in there and find the stuff.
Cut to player 2. Player 3. Player 3, sorry. Player 3. There you are. You can...
Everything that they're doing in the bunker here right now, you can do in game.
Player 2. Player 1.
Change to a button, not a panel. Strike it off.
Part of the mission is FPS.
Yeah, I marked the bunkers down.
AI is interesting. So this is cooperative.
I'm so glad they changed the sound of the Karna. Listen to how bad it sounded before.
Round 1.
So this is our
Just
first
like
pass on
super
it.
light, super treble heavy. Let's see if this is super kind to me and actually just kicks us back into the stream. I would be amazed if it did. Amazed, but very, very hopeful. Let's see what happens. Am I back? Come on, please. Please put me back into the YouTube stream. I can't even access my chat yet. You guys see me? I can't see anything. Okay, I can see you on Twitch at least. YouTube is being... I don't think it's putting you guys... God dang it, no, it's not. Okay, hold on. Come on, we can fix this. I really hate YouTube for this. God, I hate YouTube for this so much. And I can't get on my... I can't open Restream because of this crash. So what happened, folks, is we are running low on storage on our server, and these hard drives are expensive, and we just have not been able to save enough money to expand. So just about every week now we're running into a limit, and whenever that happens, if I'm recording, it will shut down basically everything that's happening, because a lot of the files and things that are running on this computer are running from that server. So unfortunately, I just filled it up again in the middle of a stream. So I am trying to get everything set up again here. But the way that YouTube streams work is that they just push my stream out to a completely different feed. And I'm pretty sure... Okay, I think I got it. I think we're back. We're good. All right, folks, I am sorry about that. We're really trying to fix that. But it is, the hard drives cost a lot, and we've got a lot of different things to cover. CitizenCon is coming up. We actually will be talking about funding for CitizenCon at the Streamathon later this week, but Just got a lot of stuff going on and haven't been able to really expand enough to expand our store. Once in a while that happens. And sorry about that. Thank you for the sub though, Corbin. That actually, in fact, helps us a lot with making that... Ooh, dropped a couple frames there. Making that upgrade in our storage. So thank you so much for the support. All right. Let me get everything set back up here. And make sure we're back to recording. And we'll get back to the stream. Again, sorry about that, folks. Where did that... Where did that go? I just lost chat again. Bro, what is wrong with this? Okay, now chat is back. Jeez. All right, guys. Again, sorry about that. Let's get back to this. Where was I? Where were we? We were watching this. They were fighting. Okay. So, really just an FPS mission at this point. With this last little retrieve item. But generally this is just, they put a mission in a location as they've been doing. At least there was an objective to this mission. Hey, this Saint, thank you for the super chat. It means a lot. Really appreciate that. It goes far. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying the stream. We don't have server hacking. I don't think that was server hacking. I think that was just... They just pressed a button.
CitizenCon edition that's in Russian, and now we gotta take this back.
Yeah, this is just like what they do with the crime stat.
Yes, to get paid.
Oh no, they just hit the eject button and picked this up.
Alright, prototype TDC. Here is a special...
We don't have AI that shoots back. Tell that to my stream a couple days ago when I got capped in front of everybody. That was embarrassing.
This week, I think you get to have this color as opposed to the standard. We have a digital grey camo, and those are two options. There's a military version, but that's just responsible.
And they just fly back in the Valkyrie, I think. Nothing really else besides this. Yada 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 yada. They drive in for some reason. I guess just to show off that you can.
We're gonna, in different areas, there's a little example of a bit of a shanty town. So these are
Oh yeah, this is actually in the game. I was surprised that this... I went to check this out a couple of months ago, I guess. And there are shantytowns outside of Lorville. There's not really anything going on inside them, as you can see here, but they did make it into the game. The AI killed the heck out of me the other day. Graded I could not shoot him because of desync.
Yeah, you can appreciate the size and the scale of Lorville. So we're now down on the foot. You can sort of look up, if you look up, Glenn. I think one of the nice things with Star Citizen is just the sense of scale that you get, but also the sense of detail when you're down there on.
Hey, bad karma. I see your little trick. I won't buy it.
We've got millimeter precision for that.
Can you go by Metro? Yeah. You can take these entrances. This all exists. Oh, that's what they were... Okay. They were coming to drop it off in a locker. So I guess delivery lockers.
Now, mission is... There you go. Hopefully, the message
and skips forward, and then there's the transit. So they use the transit system to get back to the city center,
Depending on the locations we
and I believe that's like basically the end of the demo.
we're going to do then.
Yeah.
It's,
No,
So
what are they?
Eventually, what we. Yeah.
Oh, now they go out to the ship shop.
We'll let you try them out.
yeah, let's try them out, and they also cost money, so it's an opportunity to rent something, to use it, figure it out. So here's a new deal. A couple of obviously ships that are coming in 3-3. There's the Phoenix, sitting right there, the new Mustang. And of course, to the right is it's just a pretty looking ship. Yeah, the Hammerhead.
The big boy.
Hammerhead, they got into the game.
Again, another ship that's coming with 3-3. I think the Avocado just started to play with it and have fun. It's probably a bit out of our price range. Yeah, it's definitely out of our price range. We don't have that much money.
I'm pretty sure it's cheaper than that in game now, 21 million.
Let's go in and get something that's a little cheaper for us.
Can we do a poll on YouTube to ask how many people watch Twitch streams? Yeah, can a YouTube mod put up a poll over on YouTube, see who's watching Twitch streams, who doesn't, I guess? You're new to SC and just wanted to tell you that you like the tell me you like the content. Watching for 2 weeks now. Thank you, Brad. Glad you've been enjoying the content. How has Star Citizen been treating you?
100,000 or something. I'd have to take a
Being new to it.
This is our first pass at. We're still working on the economy. There's a whole matrix in terms of
Deco, thanks for hanging around. Hanging around.
Quality, the brand. It's the same for items.
Yeah, I think we might not have anybody over on YouTube right now.
Work with the dynamic economy on ships and on items. Obviously, there's still going to be.
Hello
some
and welcome to the New Deal Shipyard, where there ain't no such thing as too low of a deal.
He just went in
Take a
last
look around
night.
and just breathe it in.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Little
Yeah,
work.
the
So.
lighting's on. So yeah, like.
All right. They do highlight the ship store AI that was supposedly new and revealed. Prospector. We already had mining in game, right?
There we go. That is the end of Flash has shown you the various parts of the gameplay, including the FPS aspect that you can do against the environment, multi-part missions.
Oh, do I have to start the
biomes of Earth,
YouTube
transit
poll?
system, the enhanced interaction system, being able to buy or rent ships. We didn't show renting, but that's also be part of this. And they will all be stuff that will come with 3-3.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, we skipped buying ships. Yeah.
Gameplay, including the FPS aspect that you can do against the environment, multi-part missions, the various biomes of Hearst and the transit system, the enhanced interaction system, being able to buy or rent ships.
Interaction.
That's also be part of this. And they will all be stuff that will come with 3-3 that you guys will play once Hearst and Morville will be on site. So thank you very much for seeing this. We've been working.
So in terms of the keynote, this was actually a pretty good one, 2018. I wouldn't say all this stuff got in within like a year or 2 years of it happening, but it is in the game now. And that's like probably the biggest caveat that goes along with this whole video is like we're determining if this stuff is in the game now. 6 to 7 years later, 5 years later, it's not like it shouldn't be impressive that they've gotten stuff into the game when it's been this long. That's not what I'm trying to highlight. I'm more so just trying to highlight whether or not the stuff that they show is actually important to the game enough for it to enter the game, or if it's just stuff that is eye candy that will never make it in, right? Because we are running across a few things here and there that literally don't make it in. Obviously 2016 was high because we went through the whole thing rather than just the keynote. But we've got a couple more like that here. So here we've got 2018 road to release. This is going to be our next little nugget of information that we choose. And we could fly right on through this. It's just a timeline leading up to server meshing, but it's also good information. So I'll let you guys hear a little bit of it. Am I counting the Squadron 42 vertical demo? No, I don't think that was at CitizenCon, right? I'm basically keep staying away from Squadron 42 stuff here. All right.
Engine room, beds, toilets, mess hall, whatever you would imagine to be in a ship of that particular size. And there we go.
All right, this is
I'm pretty sure you
old.
guys with T4 star systems that have to be billions of kilometers across, cockpit and fin, around 32, and they, across. Separate physics, or if you're on a planet and it's rotating around, a critical piece of time. What is wrong with this thing? Okay, that was key. And I can earn some money. I can. That Alpha 2.4.
Was the squadron demo at Star Citizen or at CitizenCon?
And then you go forward. Just wait for me to say go forward. Unified first person to third amount of difficult role you can.
All right, I'm catching us up to where we were. Okay, so at this point they were working on object container streaming and bind culling. That was like their big thing. So post object container streaming, the next thing would be, I think it was orgs 2.0.
Big sort of as the
ship purchasing.
Ability to either buy or rent ships, and that's because the game loop is essentially going around earning money. So there's various ways to earn money. There will be more ways to earn money as we flesh out the professions. But once we earn the money, we want to spend it on something. So there's only so many.
We already touched on ship purchasing, so let's move on.
That we felt were really important.
Org system. Let's listen to what this is.
System. So we already have a version of it online, but this is the organization system inside the game. So you can get your org mates together. You can do things like assign out roles or missions, or cost share or revenue share. Specify ties for the group.
Sounds like such a fever dream now.
Organize it into different pods or modules for communication reasons, and we want to move that in. So build it further out on the website for some of that stuff, and then bring it across into the game, and you have all that. So you and your friends can create your organizations or groups as small or as big as you want.
No.
Full persistence is the next big thing. It's the 11th thing of the pillars we think. So full persistence, we talked a little bit about it at the beginning of the day, but full persistence is the ability for you to go anywhere.
Give us the coffee cup.
And, me drop this remote on the floor. Doesn't work, so I might as well drop it. There you go, right? So
give us the coffee cup, Chris.
Then I'm going to walk away, right? I'm going to walk out here. It's going to stream out. It's gone. And I decide, you know what? I really want my remote again. And then it's going to remember that I dropped it. It's going to stream it back in, even if it was on the surface of a planet. And it'll be there, and I can pick it up in first person. And that's a big step for us to be able to do that. And we'll.
This was the first time he laid that out and gave it a name and sort of a timeline for it. And I think their greatest success ever since 2018 at this point was getting persistent entity streaming into the game and getting it run smoothly. And really, we won't see it running smoothly until 3.20 goes live, I think. 3.19 has been rough. But that is probably one of the only things that they have to point to say, forget the art, forget the ships, forget the marketing. We have put some actual work into making this system run. And that's not to say that this is the first time anybody's ever persisted anything, but it is a big step for the game. They said it was a big step 5 years ago. They stuck to it being an important and big step for them, and they finally have started to close it out. So I think that was a good accomplishment for them. That's a win. We'll put persistence in here as being in game.
So I long time ago talked about and you would say that as you play a theme park,
it's smooth. PTU is running pretty well, but that's PTU.
Concurrently, together they won't be able to pull on the
and then there's server meshing.
It's still going to cap out at a certain level. With server meshing, we'll be able to get to thousands of players playing concurrently in the same locations, star systems. They're not all going to be able to have 1,000 people dogpiling together. They won't be able to render it all at the same time, but you certainly will be able to have 1,000 people on the planet of Hurston, for instance.
It's a hefty promise.
Meshing is the last key piece, because that will allow us to have a
that is not in game, so that's a big hefty 6 there.
As well as AI, and having servers that dynamically scale up and down to take care of the processing needs of that. And so from our standpoint, in terms of what we would think is the experience when you guys can sit in and play the game day after day and not worry about it getting wiped, not worrying about, oh, I'm going to do something for a day or two and there's no point because they're going to reset the system. When we get to full persistence and server meshing, that's our marker. And sure, after that, we've got planets to do and star systems, and we're going to have continual feature development. But this is an online live game, and so for us, we don't have a particular viewpoint in terms of, oh, that's it. This is where we finish it, and we don't do any more work.
Okay.
It's like literally our
Some more talking. What is it here? What's going on here?
that. I'm not going to give you a date, but
Then he gives dates.
but you can watch on our roadmap as we develop it, and just watch for that. Because us internally, those are what we view as our sort of cornerstones that we need to get to. And yes, there's a lot of other things that we've talked about that we're also working on. But when we get that, we feel like it will be a game like no other. So
That right there, honestly, I should clip this. That's why this CitizenCon is so important. He just said that these are the cornerstones. These are the things they have to hit for the game to become something else, right? If they're planning on having server meshing going in the next year, this CitizenCon should be starting to warm us up to whatever the next step is, right? They've set server meshing as that end goal here, and we haven't really moved past it since then. So I really do think that in CitizenCon this year, or in the immediate after period, they need to start maybe not introducing the next step, but warming us up to it, starting to talk a little bit more about it. Because past server meshing, what are you guys doing? What is your primary goal for the company besides Squadron 42? But maybe, because server meshing is going to be static and dynamic, it's going to take a while for it to be matured and actually launch and run well. Maybe they're just going to stick with server meshing as sort of that end goal, since it'll be multiple years later until it's working perfectly. A disturbing lack of toes in the stream. Honestly, I don't know. Chat's very serious today. Not enough time for toes. No, I don't even mean the roadmap. Roadmap always will say there are certain things on it. You can go on to the roadmap or the progress tracker and see just as much as was on the roadmap before. That's a cop-out. It's not the roadmap. It's this kind of presentation. It's coming out and saying these are our major goals. We have not had that since then. Roadmap's not going to do that for us. That's just going to show us what they're working on. But I think that was generally everything I wanted to go over here with the keynote and the road to release. This is just their allows you to track stuff, your performance and stuff. Ships, loads of ships. But again, I know these are jokes, guys, but I want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. All of this stuff has all existed in the same amount of time that this road to release has existed. This is different from everything else that they do. Giving us an actual timeline of the major pillars they want to hit is something we don't get as much. Ships, reputation, new planets, new star systems, roadmaps, all that stuff. Not what I'm talking about. No more discussions from CIG about stuff that's 5+ years out. 1 year, 2 years out. Why do I say server meshing is the end game if there's more planets, solar systems, etc.? I will let Chris tell you that.
But and just watch for that, because us internally, those are what we view as our sort of cornerstones that we need to get to. And yes, there's a lot of other things that we've talked about that we're also working on. But when we get that, we feel like it will be a game like no other. So
that's why. So they got to back that up. They got to come out and give us an update on a speech like this, or a roadmap thingy like that, But we'll see how they do with that as we move forward in our CitizenCon journey. So far, we are at 24 features not delivered and 59 features delivered. from our first 3 years of first 3 years. Yeah, 3 years of CitizenCons. Now on to 2019. Wow, that's loud. Yeah, you need those things as your foundation. End game is in, like, that's what is going to create the game that can run. There's plenty of stuff for them to build after that still. All right, let's start this one off. Oh, they get right into the demo here. Let's have a go.
So to let you guys know, because I think it leaked on Reddit because it said coming in February, we're not quite ready to have the Carrack in the initial 3.8 release, but it will be in a subsequent 3.8 release. So it's not waiting till 3.9. So I think in February it should be done, and that's mostly because we still have
Carrack.
some sort of LED stuff to do and some damage stuff.
Carrack's the first on our list.
The tech stuff. All right, so we'll begin.
Lockers. Oh, we've already
Addressed?
put that one down as not being in the game yet.
We're still working on some of our, but ultimately there'll be a lot more sort of physical inventory on what you're going to use, and you'll sort of see that why it comes into effect later on in the demo. And let's just do a little bit of a tour, maybe go off to the mess, exploring the frontiers, the living quarters.
All right, Carrack.
Have a little cup of coffee.
Oh, are you going to tell us that coffee machine's working? Somebody confirm. Who's got a Carrack? Is that machine working? I'm going to mark that down. We do have working coffee machines, but...
So we had coffee in the last CitizenCon demo. So
Yeah, well...
yeah, the lockers count as non-delivered, but that's already been...
survival.
Wait, are we marking these down per CitizenCon demo, or are we marking them down overall? Because I've been just marking things down knowing that they're going to... Or not marking things down knowing they'll come up later. Or knowing that we've already tracked them. Give the servers time to keep up with... Oh. Did they show that 2 years ago? They did. Or the previous year they showed that. Overall. Right, okay. That's what I was thinking. You want me to mark each unique one? Should count it twice? We can't do that, guys. That would mean I would literally have to mark every single feature that is delivered in every single keynote. Like if we were going to mark down that they didn't do lockers twice, I'd also have to mark down that they did coffee machines twice. Or I'd have to lock down that they did a health system twice, or that they did bunkers twice, you know? Like I think overall probably makes more sense. From a tech standpoint, a lot of these was always dependent on PES and server meshing. Yeah, it's fair. I do hope that things are actually there. But it's still not after 5 years. Yeah, but the whole premise of this is to say whether or not they've been here in 5 years, not to say whether or not they've been here and taken longer than a couple of years. Like, why would I mark things twice? Like, I don't think you understand how insanely overcomplicated this list would get if we were marking everything down twice. That would mean for every keynote that we watch from here on out, if they do something inventory related, I would have to put on there that they delivered inventory. They delivered inventory. The list of things that weren't delivered would be so vastly outnumbered if I was doing that. It wouldn't even be statistically worth it. Do I count repair and refuel drones in game? No. I don't. We didn't count repair gameplay as being in game, actually. Yeah, we're going to stick to one time overall, I think.
Whoops. Just move.
All right.
This is one of our other players, Joe. Eric.
He looks disgusted. You drinking that coffee, dude?
Turn on the game. Well, no, it's for the foot.
And then the planet. And all
Party
that.
system.
But
I feel like
this is another step into
we already had that.
You know, we want people to play together. or we want the players to at least have the ability, or if they have the desire to play together, to do it very quickly.
And this is a mission to go down to Microtech. Which is the first
That's what
time
I'm saying,
we've
Rasta.
gone there, and,
You're talking about a different stream. We would have to do things differently if we wanted to record that down. We can't do that today. Repair drones were a thing once, yeah. But they don't talk about them here. I don't think that's something that they even try to sell at CitizenCon over the last 6 years.
visit part of it and steal a.
You didn't miss too much, Nahore.
Software encryption.
Just 2018.
Algorithm. So not just Silicon Valley, it's also here in Star Citizen space. The encryption of algorithms are very important. So we're getting that from Twitch. So Glenn will accept that, and let's head down. And what's already happened is Sam has sent one of our other players down to go and get a couple of items that you would need for the mission, which is a scientist outfit and a key card. So Glenn is now going to go into the Carrack, into the Pisces, sorry, and head down to Microtech.
Missions that require you to get things first. Really, the only thing that does that would be the hacking tool missions, right? The idea of a complex mission that requires, let's just say complex missions aren't in the game yet, because this mission requires you to get a, it requires you to get a, God, what's it called? A disguise. It requires you to sneak around, do all this stuff that's just not, it doesn't give you that experience just yet. I'm going to mark that one down. All right, Pisces is another ship that they got.
Going to ask him to open the hangar for him when he gets into the Pisces. But of course, since
yeah, this also required a hacking ship, but it required a disguise.
Not a bad idea to take Pisces.
Doors.
Joe Carrack after.
Aerospace, all systems online.
We already had the 890 jump, right? This wasn't them showing off ship hangars.
Can we get player 2 on my screen left, please?
Do my tabs have sentimental value? These are all the things we're going over today. That's how these deep dives go.
Right, yeah. No, I need player 1 in the main screen. Player
Oh God, the directing from the stage. All right, I don't know if that was the first time they showed off hangars, but we'll just skip over that. Flying in.
For Alisar.
Yeah, this is Port Tressler, which is the orbital station around Microtech.
Orbital space
And as we're going to
stations.
descend down to Microtech, I want to bring Ian onto the stage. Ian Leland is our art director.
CitizenCon is a annual update on Star Citizen's
Pretty amazing.
Star Citizen's, what's it called?
Pretty amazing. And Ian,
Progress.
with 3.8 is Procedural Planet Tech V4.
Not right now, it'll be in October.
Pretty amazing. And Ian, I want you to start talking about it.
Okay, hi everyone. So, Planet Tech V4, this has been a major tech initiative for CIG.
Planet Tech V4 actually did make it into the game and was a pretty big milestone for the game itself.
I've been working on it. Fundamentally, previously, we couldn't have done a planet like this before, so we're really excited.
That came in within months of this demo too.
We put into the
You know, they did new clouds, they did precipitation stuff.
We do precipitation now, or humidity. We're on your bike.
So the fact that
Nothing about exploration today, no.
sort of work thing that will roll out. So of where the space obviously you wouldn't worry.
October 21st.
Fixed working on camera. You'll see it here. You'll see it a bit later on. And generally that's sort of stuff that we're chase camera stuff. So there'll be
New
more
cameras.
fluid, vehicular, chase camera. You'll see it here. You'll see it a bit later on. Generally that's sort of stuff that we're continually working on. But here we are. We're kind of coming up to a new Babbage. So I'll give it to you, Ian.
Also, another thing which is super interesting.
Carrack's a pretty good multi-crew ship if you've got friends to fly around with.
Pine trees. We have a lot of pine trees. We have a lot of very good artists working on them.
Should I mark that down? Pine trees.
Are being distributed.
We got the
and being
evergreens.
formed by the terrain. So if you actually look at where those pine trees are, they're distributing real time. Previously, we was doing pre-baked masks, and that's where you see these pine trees being distributed into the valleys. It's very interesting. Also, another interesting thing is this planet data is also being utilized for things like game logic, VFX, things like that.
Yeah, well, the VFX is determined by the biome and the environmental data, so you'll get mists rolling over mountains.
Correct.
Depending on the atmosphere and the biome data. So it's all very procedural.
I'm not gonna mark that down because we already marked down weather.
One of the most important things we did when we started this landing zone is we wanted to learn from the experience of creating Lorville, Area 18. So as we fly over, we wanted to remove these big walls we had to previously build around these landing zones. So when you look down there, you can land there. A lot of you asked me previously, is like, why can't we land there? So that's been a huge initiative. Yeah.
Do we put improved cities in there? They used it to sell the keynote, I guess.
Well, we're also for 3.8 significantly improving the no-fly zone and how you visualize into it. So we won't have like this big ugly mesh that just
Flying in cities is a big one.
Blows you up.
To aspire.
Fancy that if you were starting on New Babbage, it'd be one of the places you would have your hab.
I've got a slide to show you later on today.
Not necessarily as planets versus starting Port Olisar, so you sort of choose your home base, whether it would be Hurston or Microtech or Crusader, or Area or Arcport.
And we also understand that you want to get in and out very quickly, so you can't.
So we were like, you land or not, and then also you can have your sort of permanent apartment in the city, so to speak. And you just pick where it is.
Yeah, that's a no.
So I think we're just heading now to
It has okay, Chris.
Alright, yeah, we land in the hangars.
What?
Man, I go a lot faster when I'm playing.
This is only a small.
This is the old hangars. This is when they only had industrial style or what are they called? Utilitarian style hangars, so they just put a different coat of paint on them instead of giving us the actual Microtech high-tech hangar area. Because this is ugly in comparison to what Microtech actually has.
That was
I never did that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Only ever in the 3 domes for Microtech. It is a small city, yeah.
Have the full of New Babbage will
All
be
of
there
the
where you can
interior
go
will be
and
ready. Yep.
visit the various areas of it. And now I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about this. I think the VoIP thing.
So the
shows the
VoIP broken, what do you know?
Okay.
We're skipping a lot of detail here and things that they're saying, mainly focusing on stuff they're showing. Whistlelock, thank you for the raid over on Twitch, mate.
Is there something I can help you with?
Yo, thank you guys for coming in. Can we get a shout out for this fine young streamer?
the greeter.
Thanks for bringing in you and your folks.
What do you call a mobile risk computational unit that is completely made out of helium? Moby gas.
God.
Can I help you with anything else?
Do I put in the bad jokes from the hologram?
Jokes, I think there are, yeah.
Yo, what were you up to in stream today?
Which standard
Do we have a mod on Twitch, right? Drayson, do you run in double doozy today?
Yep. All right, let's go. You can thank Dave.
Can I help you with anything
That guide is not there. The guide's totally there. That's Anna. This is literally a Star Citizen streamer.
All right. It was nice chatting with you. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your visit.
Okay, so let's.
This is why she ended up getting so big in the game. So we'll mark that one down.
Get our fake ID and lab coat.
Teddy bear counts as half a player. Yo, I need to get more teddy bears.
The garages that we have, so you can drive around the city and drive around the planet.
All right, I have been ditched by mods. Let me give you the shout out, my man. I'm sorry.
You must be glad.
Appreciate you. You doing some Star Citizen stuff?
I think you'll find everything you're after just over there.
Kept losing F interact on PTU. How is the PTU running for you though? Other than that, the AI is in the same place.
let's get lab coat.
All right, so this kind of thing isn't there where you have just like clothes hanging around and you grab them with the cloth stuff. I think that's the best example of the cloth tech just not materializing.
So, it's early days yet, but the idea is that
oh, she's in the starport too.
Cloth outfits you have will be physicalized. We'll have some stuff we'll show a little later. So we have the sort of new cloth stuff that I think we've
That was another player, not an NPC.
Before, but you'll be able to take your jacket off, drop it on the ground. It will crumple on the ground, wave it around, and so we're moving towards having everything physicalized. So if you're flying somewhere, and you'll see this why it makes why it's important in the evening demo is, you know, make sure you're equipping yourself correctly.
All right, let's keep going. Master modes in free flight is fun. I had a good time with master modes. I think I was more excited about the new UI. Okay, here's an important one. NPCs navigating off of ships is a hefty no.
Oh, all right, it's early stage nav measures, so a whole bunch of troops get out, say the back, you know, something we...
And then this is AI flying the ship. That is also a hefty no.
This is the end of part.
And
awesome.
That is the end of Port Olisar.
A whole bunch of community boosts as well as some of our other stuff.
And then they just kind of talk about the rest of that update. Okay. Here is the continuation of that. We're going straight into it. 2019, let's go.
The search cache and 6-month cycles. We're still delivering patches that will go good with. We're doing what ground focus state. First,
all right, up next, server-side OCS V1. People love that. That is in the game.
And we understand.
What would he say after that?
State beyond persistence. So platform persistence is one other thing that we're putting in the 3.8, which is is basically a halfway house to the alpha UEC that you...
Okay, platform persistence was indeed added into the game in 3.8. We already got Planet Tech P4, so we'll count that.
In this, and that you do, and release to the net, we do. In general, the goal is to let you guys make money in the game, earn things, collect things, and not have it wiped every time we do a new release.
That was freaking great. That was one of the biggest changes to this game, was that we got platform persistence and you could start to... For those of you who don't know, back when they were showing this CitizenCon, you literally could not carry your stuff from one patch to the next. You'd play for 3 months, you'd do all this stuff, you might buy a ship, you might earn some guns, get some armor, set up your spawn point. At the end of that 3 months, everything was gone. No matter what. Always a wipe. Every single quarter. The game has like really taken some nice steps up from there. Holy crap. Put night vision on the list. Have they shown night vision?
That will hopefully be, that should be with the 3.8 patch cycle. And now,
again, remember, this is the stuff that they have shown at CitizenCon that is not in the game. Not just stuff that we want.
We obviously sort of unveiled at the beginning, and there was some really cool panels about it during the day, which I think is going to, I mean, just the quality of, not just Microtech, but going back to the old places like Daymar or selling this whole new world. One of the focuses we got upcoming too, which we not particularly managed to show well this morning, is the social group gameplay, but that is a focus for us to make sure
social group gameplay
and the group gameplay stuff works well. It's important for us to get stuff working for, as Sean mentioned, for the
No, it's really not. It's not important. The group gameplay is so bad. That's what makes this game the best. And the VoIP experience, the party experience, group quantum traveling, sharing freaking anything with anyone except for money is terrible. Having an org and doing anything with your org is awful. It's almost non-existent. I hate that he says it's very important to us, and it's not important to them at all. Sorry, that annoys me. I know they want it to work, and I know they've put work into it, but it's not important. Don't say it's important if it's not. This was 4 years ago.
It's a focus for us to make sure that the FOIP and the VoIP and the group gameplay stuff works well. It's important for us to get stuff working for, as Sean mentioned, for the Theaters of War, but just in general, playing, grouping up with your friends in the universe, doing stuff. And so that is a focus, and you'll see us iterating on that for 3.8, 3.9, and onwards.
No.
more.
It might be true. They might have done something to improve it, but it definitely didn't improve enough for us to remember and like point out that it has, I think, in my opinion. This is subjective. It's based on a tomatoes feelings, but we're all stuck along for the ride. I'm sorry.
Robust missions. So we've got some stuff coming up in 3.8 that is interesting. There's we're starting to introduce AI into some of the missions, like say the rescue the hostage on the 890, which we had in an ATV. We were showing a very early version of it.
Okay, that's in the game, but does that count as being something they've shown at CitizenCon since he's just talking about it? Better AI? Because if I'm including that, I'm skipping a lot of the stuff that they just randomly say like that. So I think I'll exclude that, but that's definitely in the game.
Will be in 3.8, and there'll be some other ones along that line of missions, and that's multi-part missions, which also what we're showing is sort of an early version of a multi-part mission, what we showed at the beginning and we're going to end with here.
Nope.
That
we marked that down as not being in-game, multi-part mission.
3940 onwards.
More complex missions that require you to get stuff and do things.
Then, sometime around about middle of this year, I think, so full universe persistence. And
oh my god. He just said mid-2019, full persistence.
Middle of this year, I think. So full universe persistence, and that is the persistence.
Get this man off the stage.
Us to save everything, period. So you can take your coffee mug that you've got in the carrack.
There's the coffee mug.
Explore on a planet and drop it in a forest. Get back on your carrack, fly away, and someone else could go to that forest and see that coffee mug. Or you could come back and see it if someone else hasn't stolen it. And so
the coffee mug
that iterates to every dynamic item in the game gets saved off. So basically, we save the state. It goes back to a cloud database. It's what we're calling the iCache. Of course, there'll be some stuff like we want to be smart where like people can't like stack 1,000 turtles in a place. So obviously we'll have some policies on the items.
Yeah, I guess like there is. Okay, so they thought the iCache system was going to work. I still don't think that like it was supposed to work in 2019. I feel like it was probably going to be a year later than that. But they did have a different system that they were preparing to run the persistence in the game. What happened was what happens with game development often. It didn't work. They programmed it. It didn't work at scale. They had to redo what they were trying to do. And in their defense, it works now. They did it. They've gotten persistence working, and it is functional in game, and it's letting people do their coffee cup stuff, and yay. But it took 4 years. So it's not so much the things that they say, it's how long they take. And I think that's why the whole statement that the things that are said in CitizenCon are all fake, they never make it into the game, it's wrong, because they do most of the time, as we can see from these lists already. Generally, those stuff makes it into the game. It just takes a little while.
Like people can't like stack 1,000 turtles in a place. So obviously,
yeah, PES is working now.
We'll have some policies on the items. So at some point, when we're saving it to the database, we'll say, well, this is a low importance item. There's too many in this area.
Okay, we've listened to this enough. He's talking about persistence. What else is there?
Life. We have
server meshing, we've already gotten to that.
On things to
quality of life, they're kind of in the process of.
And running a vehicle. I mentioned that there was a couple of things like the look ahead, some small stuff that we showed in the opening, but there's a lot more stuff to come, and also in terms of the feel of combat and all the rest of the stuff. We're going to be adding obviously more loops. I think next up we've got
more loops,
sort of fueling, refueling, fuel collection. Then it'll be salvage, more content obviously, and then open up a bit. We'll see what happens. All right.
So do we take what he said? Salvage, refueling.
We're going to be adding obviously more loops. I think next up we've got sort of fueling, refueling, fuel collection. Then it'll be salvage, more content obviously, and then
more content.
We'll see what happens.
Missions, I guess. So all that stuff's in the game, but I'm not going to count that because it's very like it's just arbitrary sort of statements. Getting depressed yet? No, dude, this has been going surprisingly well. This list is way more lopsided towards stuff making it into the game than I thought was. Obviously, these numbers aren't great, especially 6 things from 2018 not making it in. But like, the numbers are showing that at the very least, a majority of stuff that is shown gets into the game. And I think what is generally the problem is how long it takes, or more what they say than what they show. No, I'm not going to go over every comment. We're just going over really what's shown on screen.
And here's one of the things that I think Ian's talked about, we've talked about, is that we want to increase our range of, we have outposts, but they're pretty small. Correct. And we want to have points of interest that you would have in various planets or moons.
Yeah, this is a no.
You can have mission content in.
Additional points of interest.
To do, and this is sort of this is a sort of first prototype of
CR is what people call Chris Roberts. It's his initials.
Multiple entries, multiple exits. Obviously, with Outpost, you got one way in, one way out. So for us, from a design standpoint, this allows us to build these in a modular way.
We have points of interest being built out, but they're not particular to the locations like this is just yet. We're getting there.
Into the room. The
new UI
that the character feels changes, and he actually starts returning back to normal.
Microtech paint on the ship.
Here in Microtech, we are doing a version of
we have our main cities associated with it, so that we can have different entrances, different exits, different room layouts.
Microtech paint. Okay. I'll put down the Microtech paint in the new UI then.
Changes, and he actually starts returning back to normal.
So hopefully our trusty ID card still works.
Everything done in the last 7 years should have been done in 1 year, plus all ships not done. Still waiting for JPEGs. It is all about the money for Cook Roberts. Dude, I can't, dude. Oh, God. People like you drive me nuts. Oh. Why? Why should everything from the last 7 years be done in this last year? Who are you to say that? What is your background? What is your qualification for stating that as fact? And that it's all about money when we're sitting here talking about the things being delivered, when your comments is about the things being delivered, it just took longer than you wanted. I can't, dude. You guys, critical thought. Just imagine people walking up to like somebody constructing a building in a city and be like, this foundation should have been done 2 months ago. All you want is money and cement. Like, bro. No, don't get him. You're with him. And there it is again. Logic Pro doing more to do the same stupid shit in chat. You're just rallying behind a side, literally saying it's all about money and all of this should have been done in a year. Y'all are crazy. Engineer here, you always have a rough idea of when things are achievable. Hey, I'm also an engineer. Guess what I've done that's not that hasn't been by a timeline? Is SpaceX suddenly all about money because they've missed their timelines? Is Tesla all about money because they missed their timelines? Google, Apple, freaking Carrier, United Technologies, Northrop Grumman. I'm an engineer too. I could go into all of these different things that have gone past their timelines, over their budgets, done stupid stuff, and then eventually come out and done great things. The James Webb Space Telescope is one of them. No, Code, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, it drives me crazy that the conversations surrounding this stuff are so unnuanced that somebody's going to say, hey, this took longer than I thought it should take, but it got done. It's all about money for them. Bro, what kind of jump in logic is that? And then somebody else is like, yeah, I love this. Like, think, guys. Take a minute. God, Jesus. It's fine for things to go over time and budget. You can say that pisses you off. They can say that that's not good. But to attribute that to suddenly this thing is an entire money-grubbing scam is just... It's just like the bottom of chat. Do better. Come on, better commentary, please. I'm sitting here for hours doing this with you. Let's at least have a fun conversation about it. Yeah, they deserve scrutiny. They've missed their deadlines so much. I feel like I've spent half the time here complaining about how long things have taken. People have told me that I don't do anything but talk crap about the company. And then the most small amount of effort. You're not saying it's all about money, but you literally just said you were with the guy who's saying it's all about money. I understand if they didn't say, if they said farming was going to be in the game at one point and then it wasn't and it took so long. I'm with you. It's stupid. They shouldn't have said that because clearly it wasn't important and they put farming away because they realized players didn't want it and they stopped developing it. But that doesn't mean it's all about money. And that's what the person said. The person said, it's been delayed. It's all about money. I just want to have a more educated conversation about this stuff. I'm sorry. It gets to me after the 50th time in a day.
When you out the window out here. So one of the things we're going to get into a little further, but if you
I'm sweating.
Take a look outside. The other thing that we're showing here is dynamic weather.
Yes.
And so actually there is a ground snowstorm blowing in. Can you look out the window a little bit, Glenn? Or not? Glenn?
All right.
Glenn, can you look at the window?
So if you take a look, if we go take a look out here.
This is
Let's go to the left a little bit.
ID card check.
You can see?
Yeah, I think that was about, he was about to go through that.
Alright, we carry on. Okay, so you can see.
Now I'm missing the funny parts, dang it. This is actually really funny. This is more of their directing from the stage as Glenn is trying to play and they're just like, no, do this, do this, do this. Wait, do this.
So if you take a look, if we go take a look out here, it's where the trees, go to the left a little bit.
Wrong part of the window, Glenn. Keep walking, Glenn.
Yeah, so you can see. So,
and then at the end of all of it, Chris is like, look at the tree. Look at the tree, Glenn.
Alright, we carry on.
It's waving. There's wind.
There's a storm blowing in right now.
Is that a thing in the game? Do you guys know?
Come to that in a bit better. But the weather simulation takes into account the humidity, the wind, temperature.
Yes,
right?
All of that.
And it is dynamic, so it's set up.
Okay.
So
now there's a question for you guys. This is clearly they just press a button and it does an animation and lets you in. Are we going to count that as a feature? Or is it literally just a button press? Because now we're getting into semantics. If you press a button and it says hacking on the screen, are you actually hacking? Or did you just press a button? I don't really know. I don't know how to how to approach this one.
The humidity, the wind, temperature.
Yes,
right?
All of that.
And it is dynamic, so it's set up so not going to have. We've got a couple elements.
The winds do blow the trees on Microtech. Okay.
Fully dynamic planetary weather, which would be volumetric planetary crowds and volumetric ground fog. We have a large amount of the pieces in place for our weather sims, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But let's carry on with our mission. So we're gonna go look for the data.
Talked about the validity of the card.
Steal the algorithm.
You know what? We'll put it in. Honestly, if they're gonna roleplay it a little bit and make us be like, oh yeah, we're getting into this mission, we'll put them in. We'll hold them to that. Because I think it's a big deal that like this mission showed off such a vibe for Star Citizen going forward and then didn't happen. I mean, the music is one thing, but like the acting, the NPCs, the setting, the narration, the whole different location, that's all kind of part of the mission, right?
So it says it in the demo, or basically in the mission briefing, that you're looking for server number 5. So we'll be looking around and getting closer and working our way over there.
Yeah, I'll just count it as a button press, I think.
Try not to be too conspicuous.
All right, we're going to keep going through this. I think up here we get more cutting. So you get another little cutting demo.
Sure, obviously.
I'm gonna honestly include this whole section of just the ability to navigate separately around a level. I mean, I know that's in Korea, but like this is different. You're moving events, you're getting into the undercarriage, you're cutting your way through the thing.
Yeah. Could be welding, hinges, locks off. You know, especially with something like the weather.
Taking
so
the right
do I
things.
need a tool to go and protect me from fire?
Actually, think about what.
Are you looking for the X? See that? Can you tap? All right, Glenn's managed to crash. That can't be right, right? Do that. That's one way.
There we
Okay,
go.
well done. So that's the as you guys know, there's an inventory.
One criticism of your comment: the Crytek staff were not available when they started Star Citizen. That didn't happen until a couple years later. Sneaking is not in game. You do have ducts and SPK, but you do not cut it open. I don't think sneaking was even. I mean, I guess it's presented as a feature here. I don't think sneaking was in the game for any of even this. I think the NPCs just weren't reacting, but we're going to mark that one down as well.
Progress, but the personal inner thought is in 3.9.
A few mission features back for the official release of the game. Yeah, we'll get some back.
Interactions that are sort of on you or would be your thoughts. And so that's a very early version that obviously for some reason is.
Do they show interaction wheel?
Progress, but 3.9. 3.9. Come on, do that. That's one way.
Did I miss it?
And end up.
Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, well that made it into the game. Personal inner thought system.
There we go.
Well done. So yeah, that's a bunch of sort of actions or interactions that are sort of on you or would be your thoughts. And so that's a very early version that obviously for some reason is bugged, but we weren't actually meant to end up triggering that.
So we're looking for a data card.
We're going to steal. There's a guard on that side. Just make sure you stay out of that way, Glenn. There you go.
Okay. Someone near you. Bro. I'm gonna say this once. Just once. And then I'm gonna time you out if you keep going. We're here to talk about the game, right? Specifically CitizenCon. Specifically the features that may or may not have been included. We're having a little bit of discussion about the validity of how the development is going, but we're trying to stay on topic. Why are you talking about this dude's personal life? Why are you talking about his business tactics and his house? Just like, relax. All right. I know that there are problems with this. I know that people don't like it. Just please. Just asking. F me. All right. You can self-isolate if you're gonna leave then. You guys see how, like, dude, some people are very either young or just like didn't really grow up, and they come on chats and live streams and stuff and they say things and they don't realize how weird they look. All right, bye. Let's continue.
You can take that one, or I think he's gonna.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry about it on Twitch.
Okay.
Still run the.
Quick. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, some people like to try and get a rise. Honestly, I'm always gonna try and give people the time of day. I'm gonna try and talk down everything that happens, come at it from a position of like, it's easy enough to get rid of the hyperbole from your comments. That's why first I'm gonna tell them, like, dude, relax with personal life stuff. Come in here with some actual criticisms. We can talk about that. But like, if somebody's gonna start insulting or just trying to get a rise, then yeah, there's no point. And they think that I'll just sit here and talk to them about it when I can literally just create my own safe space. I can literally do whatever I want in this stream. But it's how it is. Especially when you do a stream like this. We're doing a stream that's specifically talking crap about the game, so it'll bring some people in. All right, back to the mission. This whole thing, this is all site dressing that wasn't in game.
And maybe under here to get to the other side.
And this is the part where I'm like, okay, it's pressing a button. Is it really hacking? But you know what? Because this is being shown as like a game mechanic in the specific mission, I'm going to say that, yeah, this counts as something that hasn't been delivered to the game. Even if it is just the same thing we do for our crime stat. Because this is a data heist mission, right?
Let's get out of here with our ill-gotten gains.
Magvad, that's a good point. It's like it's not just about people who are annoying me. It's like chat eventually starts to get distracted. Do I think all the people with negative comments are just not patient?
Can't really go that way.
Yeah.
I don't think you can sum it up to any one reason for people being negative. There are valid reasons, there are invalid reasons, and they all get intertwined. And it's subjective, you know, saying how patient somebody is or is not.
This looks alright. Ooh, alright, Glenn.
What's up, Woody?
Pretend that you're blending in.
This whole idea that they're doing stealth here. All right, yeah, I'm gonna put it in. Stealth gameplay is not in the game. They try to sell it so hard.
You mind telling us what the hell's going on? Hey, talking to you. This is our project. You can't just freeze us out like this.
Look at that, voice acting and stuff. Oh, I should really turn my fan on. Hold on a second. Okay. Someone can love the game and still be critical of its development. Oh my god. That's... if only. Alright, these are just interaction stuff. Walking around. We got all this. Alarms. We don't have alarms. We do have takedowns like this, but I've always found this to be so freaking funny. They just... it goes flying.
So, we have non-lethal takedowns now?
Non-lethal takedowns made it into the game. Good for you.
Fisticuffs. It's all action to it. We've actually stashed a getaway environment suit. And Richard,
Oh yeah, State of AI is a big reason we don't see missions like this.
So, Richard's the lead designer on our actor feature team, and I'd like him to talk a little about what is happening right here and the beginning of the active status system that will ship in 3.9.
So what you're seeing here is basically an extension of the room system. And the
How funny would that be if like this game was just super cinematic, super serious all the time, and then it comes out and like incredibly immersive experience, and then you go and do a takedown and it sends someone flying like that, and they just leave it in. It's just how it's going to be from now on.
Start to feel these environments, and the actual environments start to play into the gameplay. So you can see here that
so the weather effects.
Wind. He's actually leaning into the wind. He's putting his hand.
Yeah, they really like to focus on this stuff, the weather effect stuff going on.
And you're seeing the cold actor state temperature.
Actor status system, which is like the temperature and your body reacting to surroundings it's in.
And that depends on the biome, that basically your environment. So, and it'll build up over time.
So we better get a warm suit on, because otherwise we're gonna essentially...
The warm suit that's been sitting in the cold cave.
So hopefully, when Glenn puts it on, you'll see actually that it's actually frosted. So you can see your actor's actually shivering here as he's putting it on.
Oh, that's good.
This suit is the Caldera suit that we revealed in the character archetype talk, and this is an environment.
Oh yeah, the special suit
for these extreme climates.
Enviro
He's really
suit.
Cold. He's really cold.
The room system. Yeah, I don't know if they're really showing that here.
You can see this is like getting into your car when it's frozen. It's frozen. The visor's actually frosted up. Your suit's frosted up. And as your suit kicks in, this suit has an operating range that can actually survive these temperatures.
Physical boxes that open and have something inside are not in the game.
So
That's
yeah,
fair.
If we go, and you'll see it now because the same effects that we saw.
You can walk around without a helmet on Microtech though.
Yeah. So think of it like your car.
So a visor, you're going to see because it's a big snow, winter storm, snow, slush that's going to.
We got the dressing animations earlier.
Though, it's going to start to get slush, and what we're going to see is Lessar is tough, and then I think the other person that I'd like to bring up is
Actually,
Mike
did I?
Simon, who's the director of visual effects
With the lockers?
and his team is being responsible for all the environmental weather
Might
effects
not have.
here.
I'll add that
This is what we're
for
doing
good
on
measure.
the snow side, but it same could work in, a desert planet for dust, rain, and we've actually prototyped a lot of this stuff outside.
You do actually shake, yeah.
The snow has been our first example. So
That's completely it. We all really just so this with all the actors by what the game data is.
So it's systemic.
The rule angle to make these effects across
Snow.
all the kind of hundreds of planets that will eventually be
exactly.
created.
And, obviously you can see the effect of the winds on the vegetation.
Yep.
Do I count
And
snow?
as you see here, we're in fog. You see the snow. Our visor is getting, it's like you would be, in a snowstorm.
Absolutely.
Because we counted weather. We counted Planet Tech V4. Snow's kind of included in that.
So
looking for right now.
One of the things before we go on too far, the other thing is with the armors, you will run into planets that are outside your temperature range.
How much are people walking across planet surfaces without ships? Enough to know that I get real cold when I'm doing it.
And so you might last there for 15 minutes, but obviously we want to make sure that it's very lucrative for you to be able to, go in there and risk reward gameplay for it.
Yeah, so going to be a much more
Interactable cloth.
the cloth
sim.
interaction system. So, all right, Glenn, let's get the top
And this
off
is
and
officially
get to
the demo with the least stuff delivered, or the most stuff not delivered.
And again, blowing in
here. One thing I wanted to call out is that the wind is different strengths depending on where you are. So if you're down in the tree line or in the troughs, the wind is actually a dynamic.
the water. All right, let's see the right one.
Oh.
More FOIP. Carrick's in game, we know that.
Now we can. And here's still kind of early days and stuff, so it's a
Oh,
bit wonky, but we put our suit in there.
suit locker.
So the idea is that you would have suits and stuff that you would.
I forgot they did that.
And
Turrets. I mean, do we really need to put turrets in there? It's like always been in the game. No, I didn't mark Snowfall as not in there. This was a painful combat experience. I think this single experience inspired them to improve the turret situation. I mean, we knew they had to, but that was...
Okay.
Whew.
Should have had the update.
All right, and then we have jump points.
enemy reasons, and you saw that with Tony Z's talk.
Jump points and pyro we'll put in here as well, and that finish up this demo. See if there was...
Ben and Simon, Joe and Rod, Mike, Joe,
And he already said on here that they would have pyro, or jump points and pyro. So I think that marks down everything. Yeah, that's just about everything that was in 2019, whether it was delivered or not. Now on to 2021. This is 2 years ago. There was none in 2020. So for this one, they go through a whole bunch of this. Honestly, I'm just gonna consider all this stuff pyro since this is just location stuff. And then I'll include the specifics when we get to this demo here, which is where we'll start off.
Doesn't compromise cargo for vehicle storage.
All right, so first we have here is the 400i.
So this is the captain's quarters, and then we'll go out and see
that's
a
one.
little bit more of the habitation deck. and then make our way to the cockpit. So this would be the social area that you can meet.
2019 Pyro was next year. Girl, in 2017, Pyro was next year. Or was that 2016? It's 2016. It was, yeah. Mr. O, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you.
And basically plan your next mission.
The only thing in game is the 400i. They actually got a decent amount of stuff from this demo in game.
And then from here, we'll go to the cockpit.
When is the Spirit CitizenCon estimation? Well, I don't know when the Spirit's coming. The CitizenCon is coming at
We've come here for a mission to
October
acquire an
21st.
artifact. You'll be making.
All right, first up here we've got improved clouds. I don't know really what to call them. Cloud sandwiches, actual cloud systems, volumetric clouds, whatever.
Fly through. Also, as well, like it's
Count that.
showcasing a lot of the more recent tech coming on board as well. So going on. Also, like machine
through the
The X1.
fusion.
Well, technically they're not showing the X1.
The relics or inhabited by a from rep associated with them, and you can.
All right, colonialism
how
outposts.
these outposts stretch to with the comms tower that's behind us, and then even some of the AA turrets that.
AA turrets.
Up close and personal.
What isn't in that doesn't depend on performance or netcode. A lot of stuff, I think, but there's no way of really knowing, I guess.
That was a really good approach from James there. Good landing. That was a good solid 3 out of 10.
It would have invented and developed persistent entity streaming in the fraction of the time CIG took. Ask your mom.
Ian's a tough grader.
I already talked to your mom. She said that she's sick of waiting for you to develop server meshing. It's been long enough.
So here we'll go down to the technical deck. Show off the cargo area.
Cat mom, oh, you're talking about just features in general.
Climate-controlled component areas, and then onto the gravity generator room and the stairway out. And one of the later panels that we have with Ben.
Just
all right, we got the ship, we got Pyro, we got
Is that an AA turret?
AA turrets, NPCs on the ground at outposts.
And radio comms towers. And
you can count that. That was a big one for that year.
That we want to make sure that are interactive for the player, used to their advantage.
You can see like various outpost modules. You know, to the right there, we've got the.
We got colonialism outposts.
The team did great.
Seen the concept art previously in the day, and then it looks fantastic. Quite special to this art to other areas.
It's living. It's there's security guards here, so they allow you to kind of enter into certain areas that the other players wouldn't be able to enter into.
It's technically a reputation-based reaction.
Shot at the,
that's a no.
The loadout that James is new.
I mean, the shop inside is just a shop. We have shops,
well, which
right?
Is rendering much nicer.
So here, the player will make their way out to the trading post.
Oh, the merchant.
Go see the dealer, acquire the artifacts.
And for the
yeah, I guess you can't talk to a merchant.
The junk on the outside as well.
We already got branching missions.
So the player can see it as they're approaching. We wanted, as many tops as we could.
We already covered the outpost.
Using the new soft deck shader, so these are reacting to the planetary wind. The same force that the tall grass and the moss on the ground is reacting to as well.
The other thing with the trading post is, like Ian spoke about before, the inventory and what they'll be able to actually sell here will vary depending on where they might be coming down in area that's survived versus.
So in the inside and shapes everything.
Look.
All right, merchant.
After Hadesian, destroyed it. This.
So standings within the days of actually.
Hey, see you later, Nahore.
So here we're going to run it back a little bit and show off a different way of entering into.
Dang it! Oh, I hate it when I do that. But no worries. Found ya.
A warehouse space that the trading post would have, and you can see it lead
Is that have a
directly
food
onto
one?
the courtyard. And for the key,
Oh yeah, the Hadesian artifact. I forgot that I was supposed to be putting down stuff we do have. Backpacks also.
Grill master would be fired.
Yeah. Still full of wieners.
Alien artifacts are just collectibles. Yeah, but like, so I marked down a key card as something we don't have in game, not because it was actually a different object, but because in the demo they said this is a key card, it'll give you access. So because they also focus on the artifact being an artifact and being something that people actually care about, I figured we can include that as an artifact as well. Pyro this year? I don't think so. CitizenCon? You betcha.
Make sure that it's filled out with items, filled out with different things that you can interact with and possibly buy. It's like Dave said in the beginning. We want the stores to feel different here, but it's still making it feel.
Blair is there. He has a lot of story.
All right, so we already went over him.
We don't mind losing reputation with the faction.
I mean, shooting
through betrayal.
Just take it. Straight into the backpack.
These are like NPCs that actually run away from you. People said that's happening now, right?
Different routes for the players to enjoy.
Grill master.
To use to flank.
Artifacts are physicalized.
So each area will have different secondary and tertiary routes of navigation. James was really just trying to scare him there versus actually kill him.
That was intentional. Good shot, James.
You could also, if you notice real quick, there was the civilians are actually cowering as opposed to fighting, which is kind of.
No, I don't think there's an actual change of reputation here.
Super cool.
So again, here the player will.
Shotguns do suck. Coda is the best.
Do they actually want to interact with the civilians, or? You know,
they run and hide now. I know that we've had civilian NPCs too, so I'll mark that down, or at least just the NPCs in general in this sequence.
Made the right choice there.
He was nice. Yeah.
When you see it's fantastic to see actually trying to stress.
And then they ditch out. They fly away. They get shot down by the anti-air turrets, and they're done.
Based off their actions.
And we already got those anti-air turrets marked down as something that's not in the game. So let's move on to the next scenario.
So here we are in our last walkthrough.
Yeah, again, I'm not really focusing too much on the things that they say outside of just like a couple of small things, but because if I try to do that, like I've skipped so many things throughout these CitizenCons of like little things that they said they're going to have. I'm mostly trying to just take what plays out on the screen so that we can skip by them. So it's not perfect. I'm missing a lot of the stuff that is said, but I'm not really trying to take that sort of stuff into account.
When guns blazing, but this allows the player to come in, access the outpost from a different side than what we've shown. It also allows them to clock all the AI and see how they want to approach the problem and see what other secondary or tertiary routes would be open to them, either via the ladder or maybe a possible door.
We can say that we've gotten different ways to traverse missions, but we can also say different like approaches for missions, schedule, NPC stuff. Oh, what was that? 4, 5. See, like, so like he's talking about that, but they're also sort of playing it out on the screen, so it's really setting up the stage for the mission. That's something that I would include. It's not perfect logic. Why so many fakes though? Think of the amount of stuff that goes into those fake stuff.
We did as well, as Todd said, you know,
Yeah,
we
must be a lot. But I bet you it makes a lot more money than if they didn't do it.
So you'll see the.
That's got to be the reason, right? Money. It's good marketing.
It's a little bit more intense than before. Also, what we're seeing here is like something to imply at the frontier living. You know, maybe they're growing crops or vegetables out here, but it also gives a kind of like a soft.
Yeah, we've got NPCs outside already.
To the perimeter of the base. Nice.
Also, with it being a different time of day, this allows us to show off the AI having their 24-hour schedules so that they can be in different areas.
That's kind of it. That's what I'm talking about. It's not so much what you can do to change it. It's the fact that they're talking about AI having different schedules, that there are different patrol patterns that you can sneak around, when in reality that stuff just isn't happening at outposts yet.
When you approach it, so if you approach it at night or you approach it during the morning, you know, they'll be doing different things, whatever.
All right, let's keep skipping through here.
Previous continue
Layered outpost.
I sell
ladders. We got them ladders.
So some of them might have ladders to get in through the floorboards, other ones won't, but this is of navigate to in the future fix. Therefore,
can I mark down the Coda pistol? Because I just personally love that thing. Actually, I think we were marking down weapons, so I'll put that in.
Kill the AA turrets, or we'll turn off the lights in the outpost. So it allows the player to interact with different items and then basically create a nice little sandbox for them to play in. So here you can see one of those interactables as well.
God, I love the Coda. Lightning.
Just behind these interactables, like we're seeing these kind of archways. Like right now, these are just kind of empty, and to just illustrate like a guard point. In the future, you know, these could be maybe customizable, or you know, they could contain like an AA turret, like we saw on demo 1.
God, the salvo pisses me off in Gun Rush so much.
Cargo storage. Basically, we tried to design something that was as flexible as possible.
So
looting.
We're showing off the looting system.
Looting is probably the biggest feature that was in this CitizenCon that actually made it to the game shortly after.
So this will be shipping in 315.
Looking at r/gaming comments about SC is infuriating. Is there a popular post on r/gaming? It's not worth going.
With this change, you will no longer have global inventory, so you can't.
What do I love about
weapons that you
Dakota? Well,
to
north or south, buddy.
Everything will be regarding what you carry is what you the player also encourages them to things that passed maybe didn't.
I believe your body stored and
tractor beam gameplay.
Stuff like that.
That's in there.
So here, just gives consider possibly having to deal with the AI or them being spotted by them.
Terrible stealth gameplay that's in there.
These are really fun to play. Same problem.
Through one of
I feel like the mantling should be there.
Storage modules, and it's given like the highest point in the base. So from here.
But I guess we already had mantling going on in caves at that point.
Most informed decisions on, you know, how to approach the next problem. You know, we're seeing this guard routine here.
Vaulting. I feel like we had vaulting already.
And then ultimately.
Throwing shit.
Throwing an item to distract the guard.
It's the terrible system, but they got it in.
Allows them to go and access new areas. It's a behavior that we're still working out, but at least we're seeing like the first iterations and be able to continue to.
What games have cult followings?
Make sure that the behavior is working properly.
So we just saw there for the first time. It's like the first rooftop airlock hatch. So previously, route in and out, if the outside wasn't pressurized, like we wouldn't have this option. But now through that rooftop,
right, the mantling had to be marked. What I'm saying is, mantling for any other surface outside of something that was marked. For some reason, I'm having trouble remembering if that's a thing. I feel like there's got to be some crawl space or something where we jumped out of and you would mantle from, but that actually would be a pretty significant addition if it's something
What
that's
we're seeing
newer.
here is like James is actually getting up onto through one of these.
I feel like you could mantle other places besides in the caves. God dang it. I did it again. I did it again.
To go and access new areas. It's a behavior that we're still working out, but at least you're...
Can you distract guards by throwing? I actually don't know if that's true. That's a good point.
To optimize it as well as make sure that the behavior is working properly.
So we just saw there for the first time. It's like the first rooftop airlock hatch.
If the feature even works at all.
Previously,
If it worked at some point.
If the outside wasn't pressurized, like we wouldn't have this option. But now through that rooftop airlock, you can and also.
All right, let's keep going.
This is placeholder, but it gives you it gives you an idea.
I guess inventory system is also one I didn't really think of.
Different loot boxes.
I got in the game after this.
Exploring
your
different routes. The left, more clear. Not every for these. There's one way of
More looting.
Different here. Again, if you notes or different items.
We wanted these internal view, like pothole.
Oh, I've been using the arrow keys to
guys on the other side.
back and forward. I keep accidentally hitting the 0 key, which takes you to the beginning of the video.
Then
Cutting, traversal, interaction. See, now we're starting to see a lot of repeats, so we don't have to keep taking them in.
More advanced navigation, so either.
Yeah, we got cutting already.
From where we
wrapper, the player will be able to so that they notice.
Got inventory, backpacks,
into the socials.
Reputation.
It's a great one.
So here, the
code,
player,
code locks.
The dealer out instead of.
Do not have the ability, I think, to carry 2 objects in your hand at the same time, though, which is something they point out here.
But holding
multi-step interaction, is that a thing? Does anyone know?
And while holding the item, they can seamlessly interact with another item to solve a puzzle. That's awesome.
And then here we got a little bug. The player was able to acquire the artifact, and then we'll be able to do whatever they want with it, either sell it or be able to use it.
Do you think they actually put more money into the, like, realistically speaking, you think they put more money into ship sales than they do into developing the game?
Kind of back to back to back is.
Like, if they make $100 million in a year, you think they're putting more than 50 million of that into ship sales as opposed to the game dev? Cat Mom, yes, we can do the interaction with 2 people. Fayborgs, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Let me throw you that little shout out. Thanks for bringing your folks along. How you doing? What you been up to? Some Star Citizen stuff. Hope you've been having a good day. That'd be wild. $50 million per year on their website. Marketing is 30% of the company. But you're saying you think it's more than 50%? Think they put more money into ships, but how much of that gets to us is unknown. Imagine a lot of ship work is being done on Squadron 42 ships, ship-related content, and redoing old ships. Think they put the majority of the money into Squadron 42, then ships, then PU. This game will never be finished because it doesn't have to be. It makes hundreds of millions of dollars already. Why stop milking that cow? Anybody who thinks that this game will make more money now than it would if it was running good is not looking at how much money games make. $100 million a year for something like this is freaking pocket change for this sort of investment, in my opinion. I mean, the cosmetics possibility for a game like this, the fact that they could continue to do ship sales and concept sales after the game's running better, at which point tons more people would be willing to play it. Why would they purposefully make the game run poorly if they wanted to make money? over 50% into the sales stuff. Don't they, on their financials, do they not say that? Wouldn't that be technically like a lie? Ship team's constantly talking about when I have the time, when they are talking about the only ships we know about. They make more in-game dev than ever will make in live. Wow. I vehemently disagree. Might seem like pocket change, but the target audience is niche compared to gaming at large. The target audience, my friend, have you seen the reaction to Starfield? Literally all they would have to do is put out a closed demo of Star Citizen where you could fly down to a planet and tons of people would be like, I didn't know this existed. Dude, their target audience could be huge. It just depends on how they package it. They could sell Arena Commander as a separate game where you can play all in closed boundaries, but still have all the experiences of Star Citizen's features. The ships in the same game as the people, in the same game as the ground vehicles and all that stuff. They have a lot of different ways they could market this game because there's a lot of different ways to play it. Milking a cow forever, it's short-sighted. Let's build a big company with multiple locations and just do ship sales. I don't know, man. I think there's a lot more to earn than just a game in development. Test pilot, catch you later. When looking into the reports and also on Progress Tracker, they obviously work on far more than ships. I believe so too. Too much emphasis on shipbuilding. We do not need new JPEGs or ships. We need the core features to be finished and have a game. Guys, we don't actually talk that much about ships. I think the community talks more about ships than the actual company does. Like, the ships team is what, 20-something people maybe? It doesn't seem like there's... I mean, I think they focus too much on the ships in ISC, but like, the monthly reports we get don't even have a ship section. There's not a ship section in the whole monthly report. It just comes up in art, and even then they don't talk about all the ships. Think, like, don't focus on the places where they talk about ships, which is like Star Citizen Live maybe, or the actual ship sales pages. Because there's other stuff they're doing. They're attempting to make a game no one else is trying to make. Can people get some perspective? Not to discredit opinions about it. Community is very focused on ships. Given how many feature ships that exist are missing, it's not just new vehicles for vehicle teams. Now that's fair. That is completely fair. You could say there are too many ships existing, but to tell them to stop focusing on ships, they can't. They have to make the ships. And the people who make the ships make up a small part of the company. It's not the whole company making ships. Some people think that it is. It's all an opinion. I might not change yours. You might not change mine. I don't think more than 50% of the company is going into ships. But I also think that they've got a hefty workload that they're not happy about. And we're not happy about when it comes to ship work. But yeah, I don't think that I mean, if you guys were here in 2018, you remember when they were focusing on ships a ton. I feel like they've slowed down a bit from that, thank God. But anyways, let's jump into 2022 CitizenCon. We're gonna make it. We're gonna get through it. Oh, oops. I marked these wrong. I marked that as 2020. That's 2021. That is also 21. And 2022. Okay. So, Starting off with this, honestly, this first part probably isn't even necessary because we already marked Pyro as not being in the game.
Interesting about those.
This is like all just Pyro's planets.
How we've flown down to the surface.
Don't think the ship artists are dependent on PES or server meshing to do their work, but wonder why other teams' features are held back. I think it's different for each one of the teams. Like the missions team is pumping out missions, but they can't get them into the game that much because AI won't run that well on the missions. The salvage team couldn't get salvage to work because they needed the game to be able to track every object that came off of a ship you were salvaging, so they needed PES for that. The engineering team probably needed something similar for their components to be tracked, although I think that engineering was just a big setback. I don't think that was based on server meshing. Why are people buying any other ship than the Pisces? Seriously? Do you guys not know what's good for you? CIG giving employment to hundreds of people and some think that's a scam. I mean, you can run a scam like that. It really comes down to like, what's it worth to you? How are people getting hurt from it? You can run a scam and keep people employed. Money laundering or whatever you want to, you know, whatever angle you want to go into it at. But I think people do miss the idea that there are people both employed by the company and people enjoying the game. Somebody said it's not worth it. Like, all this money hasn't been worth it. And I'm like, how do you determine that as a single person? There are hundreds, if not thousands, of people currently playing the game. How do you convince all of them that it's not worth it? I know, obviously, putting this much money into a project that only appeals to 50 people is probably not a great use of money when we're considering the entire world. But whose right is it to say that or not? If this is a game that appeals to a certain amount of people and those amount of people can't keep the game in business, why should you step in and stop that process? Let it die if it's going to die. But everybody who still plays it seems to think it is worth it. Just people try to be the arbiter of truth with these things when it's all opinion based anyways. Is the economy held back by something? I think I heard Tony Z's taking a nap. So that's the joke. Tony taking a nap. Dude, I don't know what they've done with the economy. They really messed up with that. And I'm sure it's some kind of dependency that's held it back. I don't know, but it's been a while. Hello, Falmatrix. You think some people, including yourself, thought Starfield would be similar scale to Star Citizen, but finished, it's quite underwhelming. It felt underwhelming, and it got me curious about Star Citizen now. Well, welcome. And that's honestly part of what we kind of thought was going to happen. Starfield would be the kind of game that gets people interested in space stuff, but ultimately leads people towards other games like No Man's Sky, Hard Space Shipbreaker, Star Citizen. And you'll find people who will continue to say that that won't happen, but it will. Star Citizen is not the same kind of game as Starfield. It won't offer the same experience, but you might find something you like. I'd say stick around, watch some stuff, get a little bit more familiar with the way that it works with the community, and see if you like what you're seeing. Definitely Starfield has done something to prove that it can take a long time to make an immersive space game, for sure. Doesn't prove that Star Citizen's doing it right, but it leaves some commentary on the industry, I think. Hello, Momoto. Quantum is in the game in some way. Oh, I didn't say there's anything wrong with Starfield. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying things are wrong with it. Just a different game. Starfield was in development since 2015, so it was about 8 years or so. Why don't we jump further into this? I'm just sitting here. This is kind of in between shows. This is investigation missions on a design brief. Let's listen in.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game.
Oh, I would like to say, so this is CitizenCon 2022. I believe this was the best CitizenCon we've gotten because they focused very much on giving us updates on what's going on. That being said, a lot of this stuff didn't make it into the game like I thought it would in that amount of time. So we're going to see a lot of things here on that not so great side of the list. But the way that they presented the information in this show is how CitizenCon should be. It was an easy annual update on the big ticket items that would be making the most moves in the next year and a half. I still think that's true, but PES clearly set them back with some of this stuff for sure. Eight years we've heard about. Well, that 8 years according to Todd Howard.
Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries.
Yes, and as Rob said, in development could mean anything. It could literally, and that's why their whole 25 years in the making statement about Starfield, some people thought it was actually being made for 25 years. It was like they were concepting ideas and talking about the idea for 25 years. Actual pre-production started in 2015, from what they've said.
They're essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions.
Bethesda is not a big studio.
Destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person or pick up a box or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single...
Wait, didn't we already have those missions at that time?
Assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most like simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the
I feel like this probably isn't loud enough for you guys. Let me turn this up.
Collection of that item, like even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. You know, kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation.
Okay, so this is the real thing. Yeah, I think the missions he was talking about were in the game beforehand, because those were already there. This is, we'll just honestly group this whole thing. This is just investigation missions. This is a different type of mission that's a lot more about player critical thinking and looking around and like discerning things about the environment. This was important. This was something I thought was really going to be within the following year from there. I don't know what happened with this. They haven't really talked about it. As a design brief, it is something that comes relatively far behind implementation, but I don't know what to think. But this is certainly not in the game, so we'll mark it down.
Which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission, and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience.
Investigation mission tab in 320. I don't think that's what these are now. We've had investigation missions.
Investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we could make it like a mystery.
Bethesda's a large I mean, what's a large game studio? I think Bethesda's a large company, but like obviously, large studio. But if you're comparing to CIG, not as big. Much larger than indie devs, blah, 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 with hundreds or even thousands of employees. Okay, sure. But like, give me a number. Google! Answer my question better. Alright, this is too much work. Here we go. Much larger teams really need much more process and documentation to keep their 500 plus persons teams moving smoothly. This is basically, we have no verification for where that number comes from. But I mean, I think 450 is pretty large group of people. But yeah, the difference between CIG and Bethesda is crazy. And like, comparing the timelines of development. Oh yeah, Star Citizen took 10 and Starfield took 8. Star Citizen took 11 and Starfield took 8. However much you want to compare it, there's so many caveats and differences in each situation that like it's never apples to apples, right? Star Citizen started from 0. Oh, okay, but Bethesda was already creating another game. Sure, but Star Citizen didn't have an engine or the expertise. Yeah, okay, but Bethesda also was working on other projects or building something for, I don't know, Fallout 76. Like, there's so many different little things in there to bring up. Has Google gotten worse at finding the right stuff? It has. It has. Anywhere from 100 to 500 developers for a large studio. They tend to work on bigger budget AAA titles. May have multiple teams. Yeah, I think the team that made Baldur's Gate started at 150 and ended at 420. And that was considered a pretty big team. Rockstar is 2,000. Jesus. Hasn't Star Citizen been in alpha for 13 years? I would say it's been in alpha for 9 years. I don't think they had an actual running version until 2014 or 2015. But yeah, it's been going for quite a while. Yeah, No Man's Sky made with their team is insane. Crazy. What about your 5 land claims, though? Will that ever be a thing? I'm guessing so. I'm fully assume that land claims will be a thing. Blizzard has 13,000 employees. Well, I'm guessing they're not all in a studio. We're all making games. It's a lot of people. Bethesda's only a division within ZeniMax. Yeah. And they have they have the publishing side and the studio side as well. 3.0 was 2018. That's definitely when it felt like the alpha started, yeah. Yeah, pre-production started before then. The alpha itself wasn't available. So in development time is not the same as alpha time. If you're talking about when the alpha was available, you're talking like 2014-ish. Pre-production started well before that, a few years prior. Google hasn't gotten worse. Its worst performance reflects the fact that people are getting worse at recognizing bad sources. No, I think they're actively worse. Like, I notice way more ads and placed stuff than I used to. I sometimes will even search my own name, Space Tomato, and get weird inputs. You can do the same with YouTube. Like, if you go on YouTube and search for the specific title of a video or a YouTube channel, you won't get that actual channel. You'll get somebody reacting to that channel or something. It's just not Not doing great. ZeniMax is basically just holding. They've got a lot of stuff under them, yeah. And not all employees are developers. Indeed. All right. We did enough investigation. Let's move on to the next panel they've got here, which is underground facilities. Honestly, this makes it really easy that they cut it up into panels. This is not in the game.
So we dedicated spaces towards a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be maybe this stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So
Bing.
even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to.
And then we can just keep doing this. Jump forward to the next panel. What is this? Engineering?
We want to find ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship
Oh, this is master modes, I think.
Opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just
there's no revamp of the old system. It's just getting built with Rastar. It's basically like when they changed the mobiGlas and the front page over to building blocks. Nothing visually changed for us.
They are and make the gameplay for them. We've started very heavily leaning toward combat.
Yeah, master modes will count. That is available to everyone at this point.
It's very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away.
But not quantum boost. And it's also only on one ship, right?
Usually now heavy fights where there was dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of.
But this has started to move the ships into roles. So this was like the big focus of this panel is something that's been starting.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system. So you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat.
For cargo?
That boost space is not,
what do you mean for cargo?
Spheric as it was before. You can
All right.
boost the fastest.
So we've got one. Good job, guys. You got one. And that doesn't even include quantum boost. So like I'll put master modes in there, but I'm gonna include quantum boost as something not delivered yet.
Our principal concept artist,
Kelser, you out here lurking, bro?
What I did is to create a variety of sketches.
What if Microsoft dropped a good deal to CR on this game? Will he jump on it? If Microsoft bought this game, this would become the biggest game in the world, right? With their marketing behind it, and like, if they were putting money into it, they must be putting an investment down. That'd make Star Citizen so big. This game would take off. All right, Lorville got a rework, so we'll add that in here. And move on.
Functionality of the entire universe. It will.
Oh my God, put it on Game Pass. That would be crazy. All right, I think this is engineering gameplay.
Resource management can be broken down into several.
Yeah, so we don't have any of this.
So like you said, with
super exciting, but
multi-crew stuff, but like again,
so
it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting it in environments.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have.
Can it run on console? Doubt it. If Chris was in it for the money, SC would look very different. I mean, that's like half the commentary today has been that this is all about the money. I'm like, guys, there are better ways to make money without reinvesting it. I'll say that much. Obviously, ship sales work great for making money, but you kind of have to still keep putting money back in, which can be frustrating if you like money. Worth over 600 million now. SC can offer CR a billion, and I bet he jumps. I don't think he would, dude. I think this is about more than I agree with Catmom. I think this is about more than the money. I think this is about creating a legacy, an actual functioning dream game that he's been trying to do for decades and, you know, reaching ever different levels of success at. But, like, you gotta find a finish line, my dude. The mere thought of how bad it would be with the number of players that would come if it was on Game Pass. Dude, this would be, it would change so much. None of the stuff we talk about now would matter if that many people were playing this game and it was further along. Like, oh my god, the issues we have with piracy, with the arguments, with ships, with all that stuff would be tenfold.
What the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber, I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out.
Bethesda did say Starfield had unparalleled freedom and showed a ship traveling across a planet. I don't remember that part. Interesting.
But it does deliver a unique kind of play style compared to the Starlifter.
That looks more about the investment than any type of the game. Any type of game. But we're playing a game. Wouldn't it look more like an investment if they didn't have an active game to play? Did you see their conversation earlier about how much money it costs to run the servers to make this game run? It just doesn't make sense to only, like, I understand if you think they want to make money. I get that. They have to make money. They're a business. But to think that their only focus here is investment and making money when they're pouring so much money into just making sure the servers can run, making sure that all of us space derps are in here ripping apart the game and complaining about all the problems. They could just be producing it without that, or producing it and only letting us play 1 month a quarter. Oh, he's talking about Star Atlas. Oh, well, that's different then. But they had said that they didn't want to say anything bad about the devs. I thought they were talking about this one. Yeah, well, in that case, I can't speak towards Star Atlas. I don't follow that game near enough. But I don't think this is for just money. How much are they spending on servers? Well, in chat, people were saying that they would eventually, Jack was saying eventually it'd have to be over 100 million. But from what we've seen, it's been around 30 to 40 million, I think. You can look it up. Their financial statements are online. All right, so Spirit, the Spirit series of ships, not in game, so we'll mark that one down. Corsair is in game, so we'll mark that one up. And what else we got here? The STV is in game, so we'll put that in. The Mole. What is this stuff? They're just talking about mining?
Is the current mining system, just lots of it. So with this larger ship,
30 to 40 million a month for servers?
That, and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles, such as the Rock.
Yeah, marketing is very aggressive.
The flexibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that, we have 3 choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI as the first choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have MISC, the third option. Obviously MISC do the Prospector, so again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own unique styling take on that pitch that I've just given you. At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these 3 options. And that's the end of Talking Ship, so over to you, Jared.
Wait, what is this? Voting on something?
With this, there is quite a gulf of space.
Oh, this is like voting on the next mining ship?
Manufacture and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice, large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI.
Is it 30 to 40? Oh.
If you know those 2 ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary stepping stone before you jump into the big RSI Orion, which the scale of its mining is nothing like any other mining ship in the game. The mole.
Okay, so they're talking about where they want the next ship that you're voting on to be. They talk about the UTV, are you sure? I thought that was a leak.
Increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles such as the Rock and the
Okay,
BTS.
so we've got
Possibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come across.
costs of contracting services supporting game development and production, including motion capture and shoot costs. No, this would be online services, salaries for community, customer support, marketing, Amazon Web Services, and data costs. That would be point number 7. So right now they're paying about 25 million, or back in 2021 they were paying about 25 million, split amongst different things, including server costs. So I'm guessing server costs maybe 15 million. I don't know, some percentage of that.
And that's the end of Talking Ship. So over to you, Jared.
Let me see if I can find it. I just want to make sure I actually don't even remember the UTV, so that's an interesting point. Yeah, that would be per year. Talking Ship.
You may recognize a resemblance in the name to the Grey Cat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV, which is a utility terrain vehicle. And we've actually reconcepted the PTV.
Okay. I freaking don't remember that. All right. Got that one marked in. And where were we?
But the idea was people will get to see it.
Hope it gets released this year. I forgot about it. Yeah, we're at a long stream. Okay, next up we had more pyro stuff. That's all we marked that down as not being in game. And then we had a long talk from Chris and Rich. Now we're going to go through here and mark all the spots where they showed something that didn't end up in getting into the game. So first we have here scanning and the new interaction system. That's 2 more things. Yeah, we put all the ships that they have talked about in these patches and did not deliver. It's actually a very small amount compared to ships that they had in these patches and did deliver. Y'all might be surprised, but they actually delivered more ships than not from the CitizenCons. It's mainly outside of CitizenCons where they introduced concepts that didn't come out. All right, next up this is more scanning. And this is technically, actually, should we count this? It's not Squadron 42, or it's not Star Citizen focused, but it is at CitizenCon. But this is explicitly all Squadron 42 stuff they said was being worked on there and then coming to the game. And I'm not sure how to count that. All right, mantling, the improved mantling. We did not mark that down from the other demo, but it is in from this specific spot. As they've mentioned, you can now climb up your cutlass and stuff. So put that one in. But we did not get the improved ladder gameplay, I don't think, with 320. So that's a no. Hey, catch you later, Jack. Need to give your bro a ride to the pot store. Nice. Have a good one. Just get night vision. I can't help you with that. If I count mantling, it might as well include the other gameplay improvements. What were those? I said that the ladder gameplay that they showed did not get in. Mantling gameplay did. Was there something else here? Because you can do the mantling, but you can't do this whole look away from ladders and jump off of them, unless you can. And I just don't know. It's still only predefined locations. You can't dynamically mantle. Really? I've been able to mantle everywhere I tried. No promised glute sliders. Bruh. Oh yeah, I did not count the scanning. Counted that as not getting in. It's not, yeah, it's in the PTU right now. It'll be live probably this week. And that's something they imply will make it to the PU. The scanning, yes. And so I put it in the list of not showing up. Can't mantle up your ship ramp if it doesn't perfectly align with the ground. Oh, that's gross. I mantled on a rock. Catch you later, Jack. Thanks for being here. Have a good one. Have a good day. Okay, if the mantling is not as widespread as that, then that's not good enough. Oop. All right, continuing on. We've got EVA Tier 2, which is still not in the game. They just fixed a glitch for us. We've got hover dollies kind of thing, still not in the game. We've got quantum boost, still not in the game. Interior maps, still not in the game. And I believe there's something else, right? AI, yeah. AI improvements, still not in the game. And that's for combat AI and the searching AI. And I believe that's everything. Ah, new Moby class. Still not in the game. Did I mark down for quantum boost absence? Oh, you're right. I did that when I marked it for master modes. Good call. These things should have been done in 2017. Don't start with me. I already said these. I don't appreciate these statements. Should not. None of us actually know that. Don't piss me off. I think that better platforming could have definitely come earlier. And scanning would have been appreciated much earlier as well. But there's no knowing why these things were or were not delayed when they were. I mean, nothing was working in 2017. 2020 maybe. We could have hoped for some of this stuff, but EVA barely worked at back then. They didn't have the IFCS system squared away to include that in. AI couldn't even function at the time. Scanning wasn't even in the ship, so I wouldn't expect it for the radar. Quantum boost we actually kind of did have back then, in that it was you could just kind of point and travel like that. Wasn't most lat your CitizenCon all about 4.0 and beyond? Yes, it was, which is why we now have a list of 14 things delivered and 4 things that weren't. Partially because this is the most recent year, so that's stuff that could have been in the game, but also this is all 4.0 and Squadron 42 stuff. So, you know what, I'll get with you on the platforming, Japanese car. The platforming is something that I feel like we should have would have made so much more sense if it was developed alongside the planetary systems that we got, because they tried to do platforming back then, and it limited us so much in how we were able to move around the game. So I take back what I say. You know what? You make that comment. Maybe that stuff should have been in. I think it's more so commenting on whether or not the devs are putting in the work. So I apologize for you, or to you, snapping at you like that. You do you. Yeah, we don't have 4.0, so all this stuff is very much not here. Overall, I'm not very good at mathing, but I'm gonna try. We're gonna try this. Ready? We got this. Features not delivered. 14 plus 4 plus 6. Okay. Anybody do that one for me? Plus 18 plus 5 plus 14. I want to say that's like 17 or so. Somebody do the double check my math and let me know. That should all equal up to 17 features. The other one is 27 plus 9 plus 23 plus, wait, I already lost it. 23. Nice. Plus, where were we? 18 plus 12 plus 4 should be about 301 or so. Was I off? Is it 61? Whoops. Versus 92. Jesus, my math. The road to 4.0 is like driving to Hawaii with a group of college drunks and you are the only sober one. No friend, drop me off at the next bus station. Man, is my math that bad now? Hold on. 28, 34, 62, 67, 71. Where am I messing up? 14. Oh, 18. Yeah, 24. Okay. 42. 47. I was doubling up this number. I'm an idiot. 61. Jesus. Dude, oh, it's so embarrassing. What has happened to my math? Oh, and then this. How did I mess this up? 30, 39, 50, 50. I hate this. 56, 68, 72, 92. What? Okay. 23, 27, 60, 69. Nice. We already got that. Super nice. This would be 86. Dude. What's going on? What's happening to my head? Why can't I do this? Let's try it a different way, okay? That's 35. Plus 4 is 39. Plus another 9 is 48. Plus 17 would be 75. 48 plus 17 would be 65. Sorry. Plus 27 would be 87. Dude. Yeah, 23 and 27 is 60. Oh, I quit. This is the worst. I think this is the worst. Oh, God. This is the worst math I've ever done in my life. 23 plus 27 is 50. It is 50. Why do I keep taking it as 60? Can we just edit all this out of the video? This is terrible. I feel really bad right now. Honestly, this is probably the worst I've ever felt after a stream. That really sucks. Well, 30 more features brought into the game than features not brought into the game. Oh. It's about 30%. Jesus, I can't even think anymore. I feel fucking terrible. We've we've received more than half the features that were shown, at least significant features that we picked up on. I think what we can take from this is that, yes, a lot of the things that are talked about don't actually make it into the game. If anything, excluding 2022 would put us at, if we exclude 2022, God, this is more math stuff, right? Can I actually do this? Can I do it? Probably not. That's probably wrong. Somebody tell me it's wrong and I'm an idiot. Be 88 to 47. It's a better ratio for features that did end up making it into the game, but like you can definitely rest assured that stuff you see in CitizenCon might not make it into the game for a long freaking time. I mean, 2016, we have 14 features from 2016 that are not in the game right now. So take everything you see from CitizenCon with a grain of salt. Every single thing. That's not to say that you're not going to get stuff that is shown. More of the features end up getting shown, which is like a very low bar to set. It's not a great place to be in, but it is better than what people say, which is that nothing at CitizenCon ever ends up in the game. Nothing gets delivered. You can't trust anything. You can't. Okay? Like, as with all things, don't go hyperbolic with it. Expect some things to make it. Expect some things to not. Don't set your expectations for the next year based on it. Just, you know, take note of this is what they're working on. This is their goal. This is where they're headed. And yeah. Percentage? I didn't calculate a percentage, and I'm not even going to try. I already feel terrible enough right now. But it's definitely well more than half. I would say it looks like it's around 65%. 65% of people or of features get delivered. Yeah, like 60% in. Well, that answers the question. We set out for a question to be answered during this stream, and we stuck around until we could make it happen, folks. And there you have it. You're gonna get some features. You're gonna get some not features. Overall, you're gonna see the direction they're headed in. Even with the features that weren't getting delivered, we still see them being worked on. So, like, a lot of those features from this section are like engineering, which is constantly being focused on, or the freaking pyro planets, or investigation design briefs, or UGFs. All of those things we know are being worked on. So you get an idea of their direction, but you maybe aren't going to get the stuff that is coming soon. CIG are flat out liars. I feel like we just proved that they're not, and spent like 4 hours doing so. Was expecting worse. I was also expecting worse, to be honest. It's not great. I will keep saying it. This is not a good bar to have. Okay? This isn't great performance. But it's better than I thought we would come out to. Thought we were going to talk about toes. Well, toes just don't make it in. Toes, 0. Who said they're flat out liars? I mean, I feel like after we spend all this time on this specific stream too, like a specific point where we're looking into, I think they named the stream actually, this Star Citizen, are they all lies? Then you come in here and we're like, no, and then people are like, but yes. Please rewatch the stream. No toes. The hair would help. The hair would definitely... Honestly, they didn't really show us hair in any of these CitizenCons, but that is one that... they still haven't delivered, and it's been a while talking about that one. I'll give you that. If you just got here, that's fine. Maybe you haven't seen it yet. But we have been going over it for a while. There's a whole thing We get into some arguments too. Oh, today was good conversation, folks. It's about right, considering they're creating their own engine and 2 games all at once, and that Squadron 42 is their main focus. I would love for this number to go down, or at least the percentage of this number to go down. We said that this was what, about 30% of features. Like, I think we should be getting closer to 10%, maybe. This should be something that you can watch, because earlier it made sense. This was when the game didn't produce tools and scenarios and missions and all that stuff to test, but now we should be seeing a lot more of the stuff that's presented than not. Thanks for my work. Well, thank you for watching the work. Appreciate it. Didn't mean to snap. It's been a day. And I just did terrible at math, so it's been the worst kind of ending. 80-20 would be fine. 80-20 would be fine. But I would really like to see it getting closer to 10% of features, if not nothing. Like 0% is great. Love a healthy 0, but I don't think that's ever going to happen. There's too much marketing to be had. Anyways, folks, that's where we're gonna end this lovely journey of a stream that we've had today. I really appreciate you all being here. This was a heck of one. We don't get them this entertaining every week. Oops, what did I just copy? Oh, I clipped something. But yeah, appreciate you all joining me for this one. It's not an easy topic to talk about, to be honest. We all love Star Citizen. We like to see it succeed. It's not great to point out its problems, but it's good. It's healthy. Not only does it give us better insight, I think, into not getting too swept up with hype and positive vibes, it also makes it a lot easier to have conversations about this. Now, when somebody comes up to you and says, all they do is lie with CitizenCon, you can be like, no, I sat there and watched this space nerd sit on his computer for 4 hours and tally up all the lies. And there were lies, but at least we did the work of getting through, and like, we can have deeper conversations about CitizenCon besides what gets featured, what gets included, and what doesn't. I'm going to pass you all over on Twitch on to... Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? How about a lot of French streamers on right now, huh? Do 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 do. I don't know who this is. Are you? All right. Going to Lukey. I don't know if these other people are doing English raids. I'm pretty sure all of these, Hugo, Lazor, Water Patate, we just raided Burks. So I'm going to send you all over to Lukey. Don't know who this is, but they've got plenty of people watching. Join them for some Star Citizen. Hopefully doing something pretty entertaining on the live servers, I believe. No, we just raided Burks the other week. I'll give him a cooldown period. Again, as always, I appreciate you guys joining me for this one. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Got to learn something new. This will be up as a video, a little bit better cut and more easy to digest probably next week. So cheers for you all, and enjoy yourself this week. Have a good time. Go outside, touch some grass, find a ship. Don't buy it, just find it. Don't buy the ship, okay? I'm going to check back in with you. Don't buy it, just find it. Look at it, enjoy it. Breathe it in. It's good for you. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow for another stream, another good time. Cheers.